Hello, hello. Good morning. I'm ready to do some building. How's everyone doing? Oh yeah. All right. I actually need this tablet for the manual. So let's see if I can put my comments on my laptop. I need a second screen. Oh my God. Also, Mujika. There we go. So where am I? Need to find myself. Yes, there I have myself. Cool. We have one visitor, Lebart Juras. Hi dudes, how you doing? Can you hear me fine? Voice is good. Nice. All right, so today I have until around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After that, I need to be gone. And we also expect a shipment from 3D Jake. So if you see me running off in about an hour and a half, it's because they are here. I'm waiting for a bunch of filament because we need to do a bunch of printing for the Vorons. Glass-filled ABS. Oh yeah, we will take a look at that. So, yesterday, off screen, I did the first part that was mega boring to stream and also mega boring for me. We built the frames. So I got one sitting over here and I have 4 frames right over here. First thing I noticed is most of these are flat, but one of these is, for some reason, very stubborn. A wee little bit of a wobble in it, very small, but it's there. So that is going to be very interesting to see if we can see any difference in the print quality. But before we get to that, we need to do some building. And we are at the point, if you follow the manual for some reason, the 2.4 R2, this is the revision 2. We are at Z drives. So Z drives, that is going to be all chaotic lab CNC stuff, I presume. I think so. If we need printed parts, we are already royally screwed. So, Mr. Juras, where are you from? From the Discord or just a subscriber of the channel? So, Mr. Juras, where are you from? Yes, all right. Let's take a look. Done a live stream about this. Portugal, nice. European brothers. Now my American friends will be napping, I guess. It is the middle of the night for those guys. So yeah, we are going to do the Z drives. We got a nice little picture. We need the Z idlers. Oh, They put some jokes in it. Cool. So I'm going to put you on the zoom one. I think this is on purpose. The Z-idlers. Right here on top. Z-idlers. Man, those people from Voron. Hey, Pilot 3D. We also have degreeless engineering. We have a proper engineer. I'm only pretending to be one. Oh, we got from one from the US. Middle of the night for you. Don't you have to go to bed or something? Now, you feel free to stay, of course. You need to shim the frame. Yeah, that could be. Probably one of the butt joints is not that perfect. We got another one. Oh my God, everyone is pouring in. So, unfortunately, because we do have to do some building, I cannot keep watching the chat. So, good luck with the build. Thanks for the Macara Z video, Z1 video. Yeah, it's doing great. Super happy. 1 hour video. Most of the times those perform horribly. Now, what I found really cool, we got some gloves for the chaotic lab stuff. Now, gloves. Yeah, not going to bother with that, but yeah, cool nonetheless. So, according to the manual, the idlers. So we got the joint kits, tool-free tensioners. That is probably going to be the Z idlers. We're also going to need linear rails and the drives. All right. So this, the big box, the CNC Z drive kit. Probably going to need that one. The tensioners for the Z-axis, and I bet that this is maybe the joint kit. That might be too early for this step. So, problem is, we are building 5 at the same time, and I will need to grab all of the chaotic lab thingies. So I need to do everything 5 times. That's why I will be doing almost daily live streams. Number 1. And again, gloves. Now, also something, in my opinion, very annoying, is that they provide with each kit the tools to assemble them. So I am now left with a bunch of junk that I'm not going to use. So give me some ideas of what to do with it. Give them to somebody or something like that. Probably a school. That would be my guess, but giving only 5 pieces is, yeah, not sure how to feel about that. All right. That's another one done. So the corner, you probably don't really see it, but yeah, this part is just absolutely slammed with parts. That's crazy. Yeah, apparently a lot of the people are liking the long format of the Z1. Call me surprised, honestly. I like those videos, long videos. Most people don't. So yeah, I'm surprised. Good for me. Good morning. Gaussies, just in time. Yes, this time you are. And you will be for the next 5 hours. Because we got to do some personal stuff for the wife. Yeah, car problems and all of that. It's not really a problem. Maintenance. So yeah, I'm on a time clock today. Might take a little time off tomorrow. Yesterday was fairly brutal. We started building the frames at 10 in the morning and I was done at around 4:30 in the afternoon. Mostly a me issue, being a little bit OCD on getting everything square. I have the idea I'm not the only one, right? And then the last one. I think we already have enough work for the coming hours, just doing the Z stuff. All right, I guess that these will be it. Left the Z joint kit in it. I think that is going to be for something when we are doing the belts. So unfortunately, because we are already getting away from the Vora manual, we need to find a way to installing these things right over here. So I'm going to try use the manual and see how far that gets me. There's also a QR code on here. Pretty sure that they also have a manual, so I might just give it a quick scan while we are at it. And for some reason it is freaking hot in the shop today. It's like 9 degrees outside, so yeah, a little bit cooler, sir. A cool 19. Sweet. So let's give it a quick little look if we have a manual. Open it. So it leads me to a GitHub. A GitHub, and do we have a manual? XY build guide.pdf. Let's try to download it. And do we have it? Oh yeah, it's looking a lot like the Vora manual, only with chaotic lab stuff on it. So I probably should use my tablet for that, right? Now looking for me, there is also a camera on that boy. So that is definitely a thing I think Siboor can do a lot better, is just getting all the manuals sorted. Right now they have a manual, but this is so limited. If you're not proficient, that could be a problem for some people. So we got the XY build guide, the tensioners for Z axis. So they have two manuals as it seems. So I'm going to grab the Z axis build guide. Yeah, indeed. Now it looks like we have to do some assembly, apparently. So let's take a look at what's actually in these boxes. Let's grab the other camera. What am I going to do with all those machines? So I would suggest that you watch the live stream of this Sunday, but to give you the TLDR, on the other side of the camera there is a little corner that I want to have some sort of a print farm, so we can do some business, let's call it like that, and let's hope that we can grow it to a sustainable point that I don't have to work for a boss. So the cheapest way to get some type of a custom printer in the shop that is fulfilling all my needs is still a Vora, in my opinion. So my kits are also highly customized. When I ordered from Siboor, I said what I wanted, I said what I didn't want. So that gave me a nice discount, so I could purchase the parts that I really wanted, like we swapped the pads for graphite, we switched out the hot end and the extruder and all of that. But that's in the Sunday live stream video. It's only an hour, so I suggest you give it a look. So, yeah, we were switching the camera. All right. I think this is fine. Oh yeah, this is fine. Cool. It's like a journey to independence. That would be a cool video series. Yeah, indeed, it is exactly that. That's also why this stream is called that. But I don't want to make a video series out of it. First of all, because of time constraints. I have so much stuff to do that yeah, it's just not feasible to make videos about it and do reviews and do all the things. So I decided to do the other best thing, and that is live stream everything. So people can follow this way. And it's also fun, I think. It's engaging for you, so you can talk to me. It is highly distracting for me, unfortunately. But yeah, part of the game. I have 3 weeks of leave from the company, so that gives me 3 weeks of time that I can spend right here with you building my dream. Let's call it the dream right now. Because who the hell knows what's going to happen next year, right? A lot of crazy shit going on in the world. So, cool little stickers from Chaotic Lab. For now, we are going to set that aside. First empty box. There we go. We have one more baggie. So we do have to do a little bit of assembly, but it is very, very minor. It is just the stuff that we need for mounting them to the frame. So these are T-nuts. We do have T-nuts in the kit from Siboor, but let's use the ones from Chaotic Lab. They are looking like the same deal. So we have a little ball sitting on top to get pre-tension in the slots, so you can slide them around. And if you turn the frame, they will not just drop down. So these are very cool things. I did notice building the frame yesterday that some of the T-slots just popped in like it should, and that some needed a little bit of convincing. So is that the frame quality issue, or what do you think? Yes. All right. We need to do waste management. That's going to be clear. How the hell am I going to do that? Just toss it in the corner, I guess. So I'm going to remove them all just because we will need them all. I have to say that the Chaotic Lab stuff is looking really, really good. This is some nice stuff. No machining marks. I like machining marks, honestly. Sometimes they don't need to be removed, in my opinion. It shows that it is made of something substantial. Because sometimes stuff gets anodized and you have still no clue if you're getting faked out or not with some kind of a plastic chromed thingamajig. The rest of the kit so far seems to be of good quality. The hardware seems to be of good quality. The bolts, the nuts, all that stuff. Not sure why this rolled out of somewhere. This self-tapper. Did I miss one in the other box? According to the manual, there shouldn't be this bolt in the kit. Oh well. Yeah, this is some high quality content, right? Michelle, did you consider designing your own printer? Yes, absolutely. The problem is time. Sourcing everything yourself is quite a pain in the ass. Definitely now with all the things going on in the world, import taxes and all of that. So right now Europe, for instance, has made a dumbass law that on every package outside of Europe you need to pay $5. So that means that every package, and most of the time companies like AliExpress deliver everything separately instead of bundling everything together. That is going to add up pretty quick. And also, not only time, I do believe that there are some kit companies like the Siboor providing you with good enough stuff. Yet if you are a little bit picky, like I am, I just asked them flat out, look, I'm ordering 5 units. I don't want this stuff in it. Can you do that? And they said yes. So definitely reach out to the said company, whatever you want to go for. If it's Formbot, LDO, not sure if they will listen to those type of requests. Big ass company. I think Siboor isn't, so maybe you get a little bit more of a customization benefit from those guys, the smaller ones. But I believe Formbot would definitely not be a problem. I have done a little bit of chatting with them. They were very friendly, but I believe that the Siboor kit had more of the components that I wanted. So all BTT, cartographer, Highwind, everything is already Highwind. Yeah, it's just overall a very, very good kit. Chaotic lab stuff that we are doing right now. So I don't think you can wish for more, honestly, in a kit. The only thing, and that is maybe a thing I have seen from one of the American trade shows, a company selling colorized frames. So these guys over here, and they had the most wacky colors, and that was really, really cool to see. Now, the only thing is that with the Chaotic Lab CNC parts, you are a little bit stuck in your color choices. So with the black and reds, unfortunately. So getting that mixed and matched, you could get for some of those red frames. That would maybe be nice. Of some of the legs, cool company. Not sure what the name is. Printopia, that was the convention, by the way. Yeah, we had some team members from Team 7, so the one I share with Discord. We had some of our people at the convention with a booth. That was super cool to see. Even my name was on the banner. Super cool. So, almost there. One more. Come on, get out, bastards. Yeah. Oh, these plastic baggies, so annoying sometimes. So these are all the idlers for the 5 units. And I think, looking at the time already, 10:30, we will have our hands pretty full for the next hours, getting everything in nice and straight. Now I might do frame per frame instead of doing little parts. So maybe I just do all the Z stuff on one frame and then just switch the frame around. I do have some padding on the floor to set them on, so it's not on the concrete floor. The anodization of the frame wasn't that great, honestly, a lot of scratching. So that is something that Siboor can definitely look into on getting that sorted out. All right, we got some of the stuff over here. I think I'm going to do some small assembly because we need to do some T-slot stuff. Now, I presume that the T-slot stuff needs to be slid in first. We are not going to be able to do it that way, I guess. Let's have a quick look at the manual, what they are saying. More pages, please. Thank you. So what we have right now. All right, so we need to add some stuff to it. Yeah, we need to add the toothed, teethed, the idler gears. They still need to be assembled. So that means we have to open them all up. All right. So they are also saying that you need to add a 0.5 millimeter shim. Yeah, so those are the shims they are talking about. That means that we need from the kit 30 millimeter idler gear. Let's have a look. Now, we do have idler gears, but these are not the ones they are referring to in the manual. So, cool. Oh, what do you want me to do? So it's the width. We have a caliper. So yeah, these are the 13 millimeter ones. And then I presume that the other ones, the smaller ones, are going to be, we also need 14, but that is with the spacer, I believe. Yeah. So we got these are correct. Oh yeah, they also give an expanded view, but you don't really need that view. Let's start with the beginning. So we need the 30 millimeter ones. I'm just going to grab them all. I bet we need them all. So the pulleys they are delivering are with ball bearings inside. So they didn't crap out on those. Not sure what bearings they use. If it's the cheapo bearings or not. Nice. I do wonder, is there any other idiots other than me doing this type of stuff 5 at the same time? And did he record it in a live stream? Or am I the original idiot? So, grabbing some tools. I'm going to change the camera a little bit. Yeah. So, we need to do some assembly. Power tool. Heck yeah. Ain't nobody got time for that. Right. Now, this dropped out, so That's already a great start. Yeah, that needs to sit on the other side. So we need our shim, a pulley, another shim, and then we need the spacer that came from the KLDEC Lab 1. So it needs to look something like this, only we need to get it in there. All right. Probably going to need some needle nose pliers to help me out. Or I needed to print something that I could pull out, just like they do in the Rhetoric. Or no, the Prusa Core 1 had the little tool designed where you can put all your stuff on, even the shims. You could put it in and then you could just pull out that little printer assisted thingy. So yeah, this is probably why they are letting you do that on your own, because this is probably the horrible part of building a kit like that. So yeah, that is not going to work. I'm going to grab a bolt, shorter one, or a tool. Like that. And let's give this a try, shall we? Look at me. Cool. We have something. Now it's just a problem for the other side. Now, luckily, you can drop in the little shim from the other side. So I think we found the way. We found the way. Now, carefully push the bolt in. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Now, should I put some Loctite on it? And the Rhetoric I definitely did. And we are also going to have a passively heated chamber, as hot as possible, preferably. So, what I'm going to do with that? Also, there is a little bit of slop, so I'm not sure if these are the right spacers. Let's check the manual again. Interesting. This is definitely way too much slop. To be good. When using the 13mm idler gear, install the gear with the shims at both ends. That's what I'm doing. And still, we have slop in it. Not sure if that is intended or not. Most of the time I would say no, not at all. This is a lot. What are we going to do with this? Are they saying anything about that? Yeah, I'm not sure. I am not sure. It would be dumb that I already need to start Googling if I'm doing shit right. A little slop, that's about 0.5 millimeter, I would say. I don't consider that, or maybe a millimeter. I don't consider that not a lot. That's quite a lot. Now these are for the Z axis, so this is also the type of stuff you often don't see when I'm doing shit on the camera. The continuous dicking around, not knowing what you're doing. Now this is only going to be a one-time type of deal once we get it. Huh, but you look at that. This time the slop is gone. I have no clue what I changed. I did the exact same thing. Yeah. What I think is that the bolt was stuck somewhere in here. Yeah, so I'm going to Loctite it. I'm a Loctite boy. Just a little bit on the inside. I have the blue stuff. I ordered that and didn't order it. I grabbed it yesterday locally. Now I have a business. I can get all the the business shops because of my tax number. I got absolutely ripped off. Oh my god. 70 bucks. Looked at the internet, 25 delivered on my door. Yep. Great purchase. Oh well. So a little dab will do ya. Nothing crazy. So there we go. Nice. First idler is done. So we fixed it. Definitely should not be any slop on it. This is the slop right now. Barely anything. Barely anything. Nice. We have a back ton more to go. All right. Do you have easy access to that idler later? Yeah, but that means if you have to remove it, I guess. It's a bit like the Soval one right there in the corner. So unless you don't do it from the inside, but everything for mounting seems to be readily accessible. I believe removing 2 bolts is going to be fine. And with the T-slots they are providing you, they will just stay at the same location in your frame. So that is super handy. I believe so. I would say, looking at this, this is a very easy to maintain type of deal. So also another benefit of not going with the printed solution, probably going to add a lot more reliability, repeatability. I don't hate on 3D printed parts. Heck, the Rhetoric was almost all 3D printed, right? But some things, especially when it comes down to motion system, and that is something that Rhetoric also did, yeah, I prefer to have them in aluminum. Which Voron, unfortunately, Now they are making printers for the masses, and to make it as repairable as you can, so it has a multi-part thing why they are using 3D printed parts. But if you can avoid it, I would say do that. Especially if you are really putting in hours and heating. I've noticed with my Ratrick that heating it is definitely going to give you a little bit of a problem. So yeah, this time I had the same problem, and I could see it in the bolt right here in the back. So we had a lot of slop. I turned it back a little bit and then I just went all the way down. Not sure why it is doing that, honestly, but yeah, it wasn't a mounting skill issue, not a skill issue this time. So apparently for my American friends, you guys are absolutely freezing. Some of our people in the Discord are reporting negative temperatures, massive snow blowouts and all of that. Bad threads, might be a little bit of junk in it. Now they are pre-threaded, like you can see. So yeah, maybe it's just because this bolt needs to go in the bearing, it is just catching the bearing a little bit. Might be just as simple as that. Let's call it a skill issue. Now, interestingly, I'm going to include you in a little secret leading up to the Makera Z1 video. I got bumped down the hell yesterday, unfortunately. Not of my own doing this time. But yeah, Makera reached out to me. So what I do most of the time, if I do a video, a review, I share the link with them. That is most of the times available to my members. So that means that if you are in the right tier, you get to see the video upfront without the annoying advertisements from YouTube, so you can watch it in one go. And so I share the link at that point, and most of the time that video will go live for them in the afternoon together with you guys. And all of a sudden she wanted to see the video. I found that really weird. I was like, sure, you can see it at 7 o'clock, just like all the rest. No, she wanted to see it right now. Because of the prototype. Because it was a prototype. We can all agree it was a prototype. It was a little bit rough around the edges. Now I have not a problem with that, but she really insisted to watching that video. That made me very uncomfortable. Very. What I guess, if I have to do a guess, is she has seen the title and the chapters, and there was some chapters in there that were talking about problems, and that probably triggered her in wanting to see it. Now that does not give you the right to see it. If it would be a sponsored paid video, then it would, but I would not accept a video like that. Never! And I didn't sign a contract. Not in the slightest, which was really weird. Most of the time, if it's for an expensive product, they make you sign an NDA. Also make you sign for the reasons like that you provide a video. A lot of YouTubers are getting free products and are not reviewing it. Most of the time it is not from bad intent, in my opinion. I talked to a few YouTubers like Taylor from YGK3D. He's the first guy I go to when I get shit like that. And yeah, just to make sure they are not sending out units to YouTubers that are just going to shelve it because of no time or lost interest. And there is my package. Be right back. All right, I'm back. You probably could hear everything. We got a shipment, and it is not what I expected. It is a box from, I have no clue. I do expect a few gifts from some companies like PCBWay. Maybe I will open these later. Right now I want to continue. So what was I talking about? Yeah, no threat to the eyeless surface. Indeed, Mr. Euros. I believe it is the last part of the bolt when it goes into, so there is on the inside, you have a bit of a spacer. And I believe it is a bolt hitting the spacer, interfering a little bit with the threads. And once you get past that point, the bolt goes in smoothly. So that is probably the resistance. So if you turn back and go back in, it drops in at the correct position. I think that is the reason why I had problems with the first one. So yeah, I was talking about the whole ordeal. Now today she answered back to me. So I answered just flatly like, no, you're not seeing the video. You're seeing the video together with everything else. It is not in my guideline to share those videos up front, even if those products have the prototype tag on it. Now, if they would ask me upfront to share that video because it is a big ass prototype, now for me it looked like it was kind of in the final stages. Some of the smaller things would change, but most of it was pretty final. So yeah, for me, can you still call it a prototype at that point? I was feeling the more like they would try to take control over the narrative. Now later today, this morning, she answered me, assuring me it was not in fact to get editorial control, just to review the video because of the prototype. Not sure if I believe that. Highly skeptical. You do not ask for a preview. That's just not a thing, my friends. Also, the video had to be posted nonetheless because PCBWay sponsored. I have a contract with them, so that also means that if I say I'm going to post it that day at that hour, I need to post it that day, that hour, because they are paying me to do so. So yeah, that was definitely a no-go. Very weird interaction with my contacts from Makera. Very weird. Not sure what you think about that. Very skeptical to even work with them in the future. In that case. Honestly, I am actually fairly done with doing these type of reviews. Now, I like to review stuff like that. Doing the Z1 was really fun, but there was a time constraint on it, so that already made it not so fun. I have been doing that video for 3 weeks in a row, I believe. Just 10-hour days. That's also why you had a 1-hour video. And also, it's always something with those companies. They always try to get into the editorial phase just to make sure that everything is correct. I don't buy that shit, you know? And I wonder, what are my colleagues doing or saying? Are they doing that? It's really a dying art, unfortunately. Honest YouTubers. And I get it. There's no money in it, being honest. Because companies will shadow ban you or put you on the naughty list. I am for sure not going to get any more Prusa products, for instance, to give you an idea what I mean. Also very interesting. Prusa. A lot of their blog posts circled around what I had to say about it. Not mentioning me, by the way. But oh, they knew it was me. I pissed off quite a few of them. I know not only I did, also my contacts got full fire for it. For saying like it is, unfortunately. They really needed that wake-up call, in my opinion. Feel free to disagree with me, but I believe that ever since we gave Prusa a little bit of wind in front, instead of just treating them like the gods that they think they are, everything got better. We got a better Prusa XL. A way better one, apparently. We now have all the good stuff, like input shaping and all of that. Aluminum beds, higher temps. Now, it would be probably not all to our doing that happened, but I think they got the message and it woke them up a little bit, so that's a good thing. Oh no, no, you are trying to slip out. Get in there. Yes, got it. So this one fitted in just right in. Yeah, it is just the bolt shoulder that has to pass the shims and the little space right over here. That is the hardest part of mounting these. Now, I am very happy that we still have some good and honest content creators, but they are definitely a dying breed, if you ask me. I had big respect for a few YouTubers, and I say had. I grew up with them. Right now, not sure what to think about them. Now, they have all the right in the world to do so, so yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. Nice bearings. 1 bazillion more to go. Oh my god. Why did I choose the 2.4 instead of the Trident? Because the Siboor kit, unless they have changed it or I read it wrong, didn't have the 350mm cubed Tridents. The Tridents only come in at around 320, I believe, or even less than that. And I want the full 350mm cubed because I have a few customers already, and the only thing I print for them are big ass prints. So I just want printers that do it all. Big ass prints, small prints. I know the Trident is the more superior, more easy to build one. I'm well aware of that. But the 2.4 still has its place. And I would say that with stuff like the chaotic lab thingies, the build process is a lot easier than it used to be. I think the biggest problem with the 2.4s back in the day were the printed parts and getting everything nicely aligned and your heated inserts in correctly and giving you bad calibrations because of it, and yeah, all that stuff. So I think if you get the right kits, the right components for 2.4, it will be just as good as a Trident. But you get the size benefits of it. I also like my beds to be stationary. Not sure why. The Rhetoric has a moving bed. Doesn't seem to be a problem. Probably just in my head. So this is another example of one that is catching, and I can see that the little shim in here is just completely skewed to one side. So yeah, it is definitely the shoulder that is not passing. That giveaway is slop on the idler. So that means that the shims that they provide could be sized a little bit different, maybe. So the slop is gone, the shoulder is in the little shim right over here. Yeah, they all feel kind of the same. Very minimal play right now. Cool. Big print, so why not the rhetoric? Honestly, too expensive. So this kit costs me around, I would say, 900 euros a piece. Then we have the additional cost of the heated bed, which is around 120 bucks. On the hot end, the Fetus, and we have the LDO extruder. So that is going to give me a ballpark figure of, I would say, 1200 to 1400 euros. Full high-wind, all the bells and whistles. A rhetoric starts from 2000 euros. So extremely expensive. They take as long to build. And in my opinion, the tool head is a little bit questionable. Like I said in the video, every damn bolt in the print head came loose. Now this can be circled around with Loctite, which I did until I did my CNC thing. But yeah, price is going to be the main reason why I decided to go Voron. The price. I think if I would do the same with rhetoric, I would be in it for 5 units, 10 grand. And this cost me 4,500 euros without the additional parts. Quite a big difference, right? Now I do have one, I like it. It is also not very space efficient. So the rhetoric is extremely big because they try to accommodate the possibility to have IDEX, so dual print heads, and that wastes a massive amount of space that I will never use because I'm not interested in IDEX. I have been in the forums, I haven't seen a lot of good stuff. Hard to calibrate, even with the nozzle cam. And then you have input shaper results that are super hard to calibrate. So yeah, I'm not really stoked about the IDEX. Later, maybe today, I will take a frame and I put it inside the rhetoric. It is that big. That's a 400mm cube, the one I built. The whole frame fits on the build plate only. And it's only, yeah, 50 less. Hi to all. Hey dude. Apart from honesty, really liking the occasional shit words. Great to see nowadays. Well, I'm happy to provide you with the profanity. Kisker, I was reading over some documentation and had an idea to reduce VFA. Do you think large diameter pulleys idlers would help? Now, I would call him my friend. I'm calling him my friend. So, Taylor, if you're seeing this, you're my friend now. He did the hard work on looking it up. He did the Prusa VFA video after the one I did. He was equally as destroying on Prusa for the whole thing. How shameful it is, really. And he also figured out that nobody is using the correct pulley. So they are all undersized, which means that the radius of the belt in correlation with the pulley is too narrow, and that could give you the vibrations of the teeth, or it would accentuate it, or not sure about it. So I have a good example for you. A big ass one like this could help you out. Now, of course, the biggest problem is going to be space. If you want to do that, you will need more space, and I don't know if you have any modern Core XY printers, but all the things are just absolutely cramped. So all the XY motor mounts, all the things are super cramped. They all try to make it as compact as possible, and I'm honestly not sure if they even know that there is a recommended pulley size. So that's the thing. So what did GD? They circled around that with 1.5 GT. Now Grant from 3D Musketeers swears that that is not the solution. And he has the right to say that, I have no problem with that. But you cannot deny that it works. And that also means that there might be some truth in that pulley dimension versus pitch and all of that. So if you narrow down to a 1.5 GT, you kind of fix that problem. You also introduce new problems like belt stiffness. So if you go with the larger belts, so the 9mm belts, then I don't think it is a real problem anymore. Also another thing that can be problematic with 1.5 GT is belt skipping over the teeth because they are so fine. I have yet to see a case of skipping belts on a 1.5 GT if you tension them correctly and not like a hooligan like you have to do with Prusa. It is so funny to see that you have to put so much tension on those belts and all that stuff is in plastic printed parts. Now, you can reprint it if you break it, but I'm not a fan of that. Not sure about you guys if you're a fan about that, but I'm not. I also showed you that you can do with a lot less belt tension if you just switch to 1.5 GT. And the annoying part with the Prusa firmware is you can't save it. The save function is removed or bugged, or I have heard all sorts of things. Some say it is just a bug, but it doesn't work. You cannot save on a Prusa machine. So that means you will need to do it in a slicer. Not only that, everything that makes it nice, a Prusa, like just being able to slice straight from your phone to your printer, is not working anymore. Well, it is working, but your dimensions are no longer accurate because you have to change the steps per revolution. And because you can't save it, that's a problem. So you lose all good things if you switch over to 1.5 GT. Now, if you have open firmware and you can save it, that is no longer a problem. But they were very clear, they are not supporting 1.5 GT. Great channel, top video's. Are you from Belgium? Yes. Ik ben een Vlaming. Een Vlaming, ja. I'm a Belgian bloke. That's what I was thinking. Something like larger, like the size of the motor itself. It would require a bit of redesign in most printers still, but I think it's worth putting some effort into. Yeah, absolutely. Or just do what we do. Switch it over to 1.5 GT. Get the correct motor pulley and you're good to go. It is honestly a lot less effort than trying to redesign a complete motor mount to accommodate for a bigger pulley. Now, feel free to do so if you have the time. then I would say go all in, have fun. I did so why wouldn't you, right? Dear God. Yeah, all right. So we are halfway in. I'm just putting in idlers. And it is already, how old am I? 11 o'clock. I'm still expecting a package from 3D Jake. Not sponsored, by the way, but if you're from if you are from Europe, you can get 10% off. Very nice. They don't have to, but because they like me and I like them, they are giving me the special coupon of 10% off. I don't earn jack shit on it. They do, however, will help me if I ask something, which is nice. So that you can call it sponsored that way. So maybe a little teaser while we have some folks in here. We are doing some fire safety stuff next year. I already teased a few things about that. And I needed 3D printers that were partially broken. So one of the stories I'm going to tell you is a bit more heartfelt. Now I'm not going to tell that story in the video because I don't want to sound like I'm in it for the good vibes and all of that. That's not the point of the video. The point of the video is all about safety, but right now I can tell you some guy, also a Belgian, reached out to me for an Algu Century Carbon. So short story, the man is severely disabled and the man needed help. He had the dreaded umbilical cord thingy going wrong, or that is what he is thinking. Now, because he is severely disabled, the man cannot fix it himself. I needed the printer to set on fire, so I said to that boy, you know what? Let me buy it from you. I paid full retail so he could spend his money on something else. Unfortunately, that is a bamboo. Boo! I get it, I get it. A bamboo for the man just makes sense. He needed something that is easy to use, especially for him, his parents to use it for him. So I get it, I totally get it. I am so stoked I could help the man with just purchasing it from him. And 3D Jake, I reached out to them and I said, look, this is the thing I have in my head. I could use a second printer. I asked for a bamboo one because I would love to set a bamboo on fire. Not gonna lie. I have looked into it to buy an A1, super cheap. Apparently here in Belgium, they all think they have the golden bamboo because they are asking retail for a unit that has 1,000 hours on it. Like, yeah, go fuck yourself, I would say. So I reached out, they said they might have a unit for me, and it is sitting behind the camera. We got an Anycubic, and I need to peek, it's probably over there. We have an Anycubic Cobra, an enclosed one. S1 Cobra, something like that. That is a defective return. So this is the way that 3D Jake and I are working together. And I really like it. So we are going to try and show you guys how dangerous 3D printers can be. I believe that 3D printers right now are honestly in a good place, but we need some essential safety. Like right now, if you have a thermal runaway that is caused by an SSR, you are screwed. Or a MOSFET, I mean a MOSFET. Yeah, because if they fail closed. So that means that even though the system says you can quit, it is not going to quit and it will continue and happily ever after burn down your house. So that means really we need a relay before that can be powered by the board. A little bit like we do in the industrial side, we have our power circuits, and then we have the circuit that just does the, I forgot the English word, the steering, we call it in Flemish. So that would be nice. But we are also going to test out some passive fire things. So things that are not too expensive to buy. And the end goal of that video is to come up with a design that is scalable for small print farms like what I'm doing. Like CO2 with a massive CO2 bottle that is linked to every printer, and every printer has its own circuit with valves and all of that. And I think that might be a cool video. Not sure if YouTube is going to like it, but I will. And these days, that's all I care about, doing stuff I like. And apparently you guys also like it. We don't need to be a 100,000 YouTuber channel. I don't care about that. That's the point. So if that means that I can come up with a design that is open source, that I can share with you guys, so you can implement the same stuff in your shop to make it safer, that's a win-win, right? Now we are also working on something. Well, not working, we have the idea. The X-Max 3 is already sitting in the shop. I found that one for mega cheap, so I just jumped in on the deal. We are going to make a spicy printer, very spicy, a lot more spicy than the Rhetoric. Now you have been chatting, I will try to read what you are saying. For some reason I can't read what's on my screen. I really need a second screen. So I'm not ignoring you guys, so sorry. I can see we have a member in the chat, hell yeah! Ah, Pavel, my man, you're a high roller. Ah, ik ook. Nice. So we have another Belgian in the chat. Cool. I got burned on printer, so I might just have to make my own with Voron Trident. I like the concept of the Magneto X, but in person it has been a nightmare. Yes, I really like the Magneto. I think they have a cool concept, levitating, gantry and all of that, but indeed they have a lot of problems to get the thing do the thing without having some weird artifacting, right? I believe I have seen someone reaching out to me, never made a video about the Magneto, but just reaching out because he was hopeless about a print, and the print was doing that, just wavy. What the hell is going on? So yeah, I had no clue. He already switched out everything. So the linear magnetic motors, not sure how you call those, the magnetic strip, he changed out the whole thing. Now, package number 2. Be right back. Oh my god, I'm back. Oh, 12 kilograms of filament, baby. All right. So sorry for that, YouTube live. All right. Pavel, rip GDP4. Yes, you have a P4? I am honestly very close on just burning it, but I'm going to try and contain myself and sell it. So I have a little bit of spare change for other projects. I just can't stand to use my GD anymore. The box ruined everything. The printer is just overall worse now. The whole cleaning procedure, and I just hate the printer now. That will be a cool video. Yes, I also think so. So, imagine a cube, all 4 sides of the cube printed, and the Magneto X has like a bullseye wavy surface. Oh yeah, you have the same problem. Yeah, that is exactly the same thing that the guy also had. And it was not on all sides. That was also really weird for them. So also in all speeds 30 and fast like 600 millimeters a second. It's physical movement. So that might be some levitating issues or something like that. Yeah, I think they have a massive design flaw in there. It sounds like that, because you are definitely not the only one, and this is not the only story I heard about what you are describing. Yeah, I have seen some updates from Peoply, I believe, the people behind the Magneto X, that they found the issue. I have yet to see the fix or anybody scream about it that it's fixed. So highly doubtful. Unfortunate, because I do think that the technology of the Magneto is very promising, especially I would say with heated designs, because do you have bimetallic effects? I don't think so, right? You are levitating, unless the magnets are levitating differently, and that maybe could... Oh my god, that's another can of worms! Nope, nope, I don't want another can of worms. I have worms enough in my shop. By the way, the lady that delivered the box, teeny tiny lady, big as box. Yeah, be a postal man, they say. It's gonna be fun, they say, until an idiot like me orders a bunch of filaments. So how are you liking the amazing content right now? It's the only thing I have been doing for the past hour, just mounting idlers in this. Now I can already tell you that if I would do the printed version, it would probably take triple, quadruple the time, because of the heated inserts and all of that madness. So I'm quite happy I chose the CNC way. Very happy at this point. So I found a little trick. To get it in better. Holding it upside down, and then the when you turn it in. So I turn it in. The shoulder. Now, why did I lose my bearing? Cool. I have to start again. Now, if you turn it a little bit in, the shoulder will stick out of the idler, and then you shake it, it will center itself, and then you can just turn it in all the way. Cool stuff. I only had to make 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 of them to figure out. Yeah. So we screwed this one up very badly. How the hell did that one drop out? Get back in there. And I did it again. Oh my god. Yeah. Now I might take a day off tomorrow because we have some stuff to do, and I'm still a little bit tired of doing the Z1 video. Like I said, it took a lot of hours of my time in a short period. Oh my god, I need to focus. What the hell am I doing? I'm looking like an amateur. Yeah, I'm a little bit tired, so I might take the day off tomorrow and then in 2 days continue my streaming. In the meantime, tomorrow I will be doing the 3D printing part. We still need to print the skirts, and I want these to have the filament I ordered. So that is going to be the ABS with the glass filled. Now I don't think it's really needed to have glass filled stuff in there, but I like it, so I'm going to use it. All right, and give it a shake, and it's on there. Cool. Yeah, we figured it out. 4 more to go. So Pavel, I do, but I run into Beacon. I run it on Beacon with FX Woody. Are you in the Discord, Pavel? I was hopeful that the chili shitbox that the shitbox will be better. I would ask maybe about maintenance of the thing, printer itself, before you delete it from your live. Maintenance, very easy. I can tell you right now. Why not? A very light, maybe change my screen for that. A very light bicycle chain oil, that is what I use. And so you apply it on the linear rails, you rub it on real good, you slide your head over it, and you do that regularly. That's basically all the maintenance that you need to do. And yeah, the lead screws, you could degrease them and re-grease them. I honestly don't bother. I just chuck a little bit more oil on that and call it a day. So that's all the maintenance that you should do, honestly. I'm on Discord. Cool. What's your name? Discord name? I probably have been talking to you all the time and didn't know you were Pavel, my brother. I might be able to compensate with driver, as I had properly remote connecting the laptop to directly make changes to my printer, and they did some changes. It's louder now, but it did something. Yeah, it's louder. Did they fix it or not? Unless you demagnetize your magnets with the high temp enclosure. Yeah, but you have magnets, and those are rated up to 150C, I guess, but those are expensive. You have magnets that can handle those temperatures. How does heat affect those magnet performance? Now, I'm not a specialist, I'm not an engineer, I am a YouTube engineer, so I have a PhD in fucking around, and that's about it. But what I do know about magnets is that they will lose their magnetism, they will demagnetize at higher temperatures. So that also means your heated beds that are rated up to, most of them are 150 C. That is the upper limit, but most brands are capping it at 120. Once you reach those temperatures, the magnetization will go away or get lower. So all the magnet sheets on your print beds are a lot higher in the beginning, and it drops off if you heat it. Now those are milled, powderish types of magnets, powder that they are putting in there. So I'm not sure if it's neodymium or what the hell that thing is called, but you definitely have magnets that keep their properties way better than others. The only thing is those industrial magnets are extremely expensive, and I mean extremely in the worst sense. It's not like double, it's more than double. Yeah, we have looked into that for some other side projects we were planning to do, and we quickly realized that nope, not gonna happen. I can DM you. Yes, you can. Please do. By the way, I have on the Team 7 Discord, if you're not on the Team 7 Discord, Pavel, please join us, have a talk with us. Woody is on there, all the regular Chidi owners are also on there. We basically took all the original Chidi owners and we put them in on our Discords because Chidi was doing on censoring, unfortunately. And we also wanted to talk about other stuff than Chidis, so feel free to join us on the Discord. Not sure if I linked it in this video, otherwise it's in another video. Join us, have a chat with us. We are all like-minded people. We don't judge, only if you have a bamboo. It's a joke. Not really, but it's a joke. Yeah. And we have one rule. If you are the problem, to make a rule, you're out. That's the only rule we have. So come join us, talk with us. I also have a separate section on there. If you want to ask me questions directly, I get a pop-up message from that one. So if you go to the Discord, you have the Noisy Works section, talk to me directly and I get an instant message from you. And we can also talk on that. Now don't forget, other people can also see it, or you just shoot me a private message. By the way, if you are from our Discord, let me know what your name is so I know who I'm talking to. Yesterday we had a bunch of them from the Discord. It was really cool to see the whole team. Even Woody was on the stream this Sunday, not yesterday, Sunday, I mean. Even Mr. Woody himself joined the chat. Awesome guy, the moron. I love the printer and what he is doing. How he's already thinking about the Moron 5, I believe. He is thinking about a new Moron. That man, what a legend. We are so blessed to have people like Woody. And many people than that. Ever got that oil and Z-steppers from lead screws? No. And if you do so, it is actually not a problem because we are using magnets, or we are using electricity to generate a magnetic field. So you have to do a lot wrong to absolutely screw up that motor. The factory where I work at, where I am an electromechanical technician, yeah, so I do general maintenance and repairs on big ass machines. So we also have test benches for trucks, so the full size semi trucks, or how the hell you call it, where they do their initial run to test the brakes, power figures and all of that. Massive machines. We also have a lot of lifting equipment, and about the lifting equipment, it's basically the same. You have a stator, you have your phases, and if you overfill it with grease, after a while that grease gets liquidy. So we are using EP0, EP1, something in that neighborhood. The annoying part about those greases is those greases start to get oily after some heating. Yeah, great, this falls apart. They get oily. And if you overfill the housing where the gears are, it all runs into the stator. And I had cases that I opened up the electrical side where the brake is of that stator, and that just the oil pours out. The hoist was working perfectly fine, so it didn't care at all about the oil. Also, the copper wiring for the coils are all insulated, so they look like bare copper, but they have an enamel, so they have a sort of lacquer on there to insulate them because they are all touching each other, so they don't short out. So unless we are getting straight into the electrical side and you overflow the connections themselves, not a lot is going to happen. Now, I do not promote to just soak them in oil, but yeah, a little bit of grease or oil in there is not going to hurt anything. Maybe performance, drag and all of that. That's the only thing I can think of, really. If I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. But that is my experience in my working career so far. These do not care about anything. One more to go. The wave seems reduced, but yeah, still present. Crap. The magnets are also encased in resin, which adds a thermal barrier. Yeah, but I have the same issue with enclosed magneto and open air. Yeah, I don't think that the magnets are going to be your biggest problem. For some reason, sorry that I'm touching my lips, but my lips are just busting left and right. Yeah, the temperature is not going to be the reason, I believe. If you heat them up once, that is going to be the magnets capacity that they will remain at. So it's not, they do demagnetize over time, but it is so minor in my opinion. What printer are you building? What do you think? It's in the title, by the way. The Siboor 2.4 kits. I can't find it via Google. I'm so sorry. It is in the description. Siboor 2.4 CNC kit. It's the August R2 kit. So everything on it, high wind rails, CNC parts, the printed parts came in at around 1500 delivered at your door, I believe, for the 350mm cubed. And if you pick the Trident, they even have the all-wheel drive now. So if you are into Trident, Siboor has the all-wheel drives, also full CNC. They make amazing kits in my opinion. So far, I have not a lot of bad things to say, except for the anodization. They are not protecting the frame good enough in my opinion. So I don't care personally about that, but maybe you are, so that is something to look out for. It might be magnet related, as movement feel a bit choppy due passing over the magnetic fields. I would assume this would be compensated for with software. Yeah, it is basically the same as having your stator and all of that in a round shape, but they lay it down and it rolls over it. So, but what maybe can be the problem is that the motor that is running over the, I'm not sure how it's working. It's probably not a rotating thing that is going to move it back and forwards. It is probably going to be coils on there that will magnetize to get it moving forward or backwards. But maybe the spacing is too far away. The magnets are too big or too small. It could be something like that. But I would say that is a magneto problem if they didn't figure that out. Also very weird that there are some YouTubers that did actually have problems with the magneto, but we also seen a lot of happy people. So it is not consistent. And that is the parts that worry me the most. What did they change? Because if it's good in the beginning, why it isn't for you, that is worth investigating, I think. X5 for his print farm needs. Yes, indeed, indeed. So these are not all for the print farm. We have 5 and there are going to be 4 in the corner. Those will be completely dedicated, unmodified, except for what I'm modifying right now. Unmodified just to get consistency. Also thinking about getting those bloody ISO 9001 bullshit labels, because companies are just getting a hard on from that. And it earns you good money if you have that label. You can basically double or triple the pricing if you have that quality label. And the other one, the 5th one, is going to sit here in the corner, probably where the P4 is sitting before I ditch it. And that is going to be my, my Frankenstein build. So I am planning to do all sorts of wacky shit to it to see what sticks, what doesn't stick, if we can come up with some cool stuff, and see if we can come up with some new mods that don't exist yet. Now, don't ask me what I'm talking about. I don't even have a clue right now, but I thought it would be fun to have a 5th one that I can just disassemble without having to worry that the farm will get delayed orders, because right now everything runs on the Rhetoric. Everything serious is done with the Rhetoric. I can't trust the P4 to give me a good print, so I stopped that. And all the other printers I have are too small or not heated enough, so that makes it harder. So that means that if the Rhetoric is down, which has been the case, then I am fucked. And to avoid that, I got a 5th one, and that should help me out. If I have to do any mods or I have ideas, I can just pick my 5th one, and if it works, I can scale it to the other 4s when I have no scheduled work planned for those. Now, I'm not expecting massive amounts of work in the beginning. I'm actually very skeptical I will have enough work to even keep the shop running on a weekly base. So I mean 1 or 2 prints a week. But it's a beginning, it's something. Maybe try to work for other companies, like I know some people absolutely hate on them, but damn it, I forgot the name. They are a bit like PCBWay, but an American company also providing the same service in Europe, and they are using people like me to do the prints for Europe. So I would be, a supplier, part of the supply chain. There's not a lot of money in that, I'm aware of that, but any work is work in my opinion. I don't care if it's low margin or not, it helps me keep the farm running, and any margin is good margin if they are just sitting there doing nothing. That's my opinion. All right, so we got them all mounted. Changing the camera. So, the frame. Let's look what they are saying right now on mounting these. All right. So this is the front, both are front or back, and we need to put in some T5 T-nuts. So these boys right over here. Two on the left. So left, 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 yeah. Probably need to do the same on the other side. So we need to slot in T-nuts. 4 on this side. So just like the previous time, they don't really slip in. So I take a hex head, give it a little push and force them in there. So I think it's a bit of an extrusion issue. So that's the 4th one. Oh, this one is in there tight. And it fell out. That's the first. All right, yeah, they are sliding now. Cool. And I guess we now need to mount these. So cool thing about these mounts is, I'm going to give you this close up. They are showing you where to tighten them. So looser, harder, I guess. So this is going to turn them inwards. And if you go to the right, it is going to move them outwards. That would be my interpretation of these symbols. Now these symbols have to sit like this on the inside of the frame. So to give you an example, something like that. Yeah, now you can see it better. So like this and like this. Easy. Loctite. I wouldn't be surprised if my bottle of Loctite would be done. Maybe like belts, the magnets are too big, causing VFA-like effects, and the solution is more smaller magnets. Yeah, could be. Without proper testing, we can't say for sure. It is weird that if you have inconsistency in batches, then the problem is most of the time something different. Magnets that are not the same magneticism. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I have two versions of the Magneto X. You have two of them. The early release, not the early model, and more latest model. I call them the 1.5 and 2.0. They both have the issue. That is so unfortunate. I almost ordered a big Ratrick, but the allure of no belts pulled me. Oh yeah. So, if you are planning to build the Ratrick, would you print high temp? In that case, I would highly recommend you to switch out your belts. I got belts for the Ratrick, 9mm belts, 2GT, because it prints fast enough. We don't have the horrible VFA. What I would say is get the EPDM ones. Those are good for the high temp stuff that we like to do. So I got a few meters of that to replace all the belts of the Ratrick, but that is going to be for the water block video. Maybe also a cool insight is I want to do we need a washer? No washers. I want to do the surface treatments. So we have copper. Copper is amazing for putting a coating on. So there's a German guy, I'm not sure what his name is, and he does 3D printed parts and puts a nice nickel finish on it, or gold, or anything like that. And he always starts with painting on some copper because it's conductive, and then making the treatment with the nickel. I'm not sure what products he's using. They are very toxic, I know, but I have room, I have ventilation, and I have bare copper, which is not ideal. I had to hear it more than once that what I'm doing is not a great job. Now, honestly, I don't care. I have put in some zinc strips in the tank to act as a sacrificial anode, because yeah, copper and aluminium are going to react to each other. But if I plate my copper, then we have a different thing going on. And I like the idea of dabbling into zinc chrome coating, or I don't know. You know what I mean. So that's something I might want to try. Try to anodize and try to put on a nickel finish on my copper water blocks. What do you guys think? I believe his name is Hans. Seems to be a great guy. Awesome guy. Now, is there a left and right? Yeah. So there is a little bump right over here, and that fits into the rail, on the side of the rail. So we have a lefty and a righty. Cool. So I got lucky. I got really lucky with this one. Cool. Yes, that seems to be the correct way of mounting them. Sliding it in. Now I have a torque wrench, but the problem is with these types of fastening, it is not sensitive enough. I have one right over here, and it starts at, what is this? Newton meters. 5 Newton meters, and these are M5 bolts. Let me look it up what the torque specifications are. Unless the chat's already told me. EU tax is brutal. Yes. Income plus social. Yes. I have no idea what you have to print to get acceptable salary. Belgium is not the cheapest too. Yes, on all cases. That is also why if I do it, it is not going to be for the people on the street, companies. The money is with the companies. So that means industrial prototyping stuff and all of that. There is some nice profit margin in there, but yeah, you have to be smart about it. So in my case, I not only depend on the 3D printing farm thingy, I also have YouTube. And I plan to work or continue to work for the company as long as needed. And if it is the case that I have too much work, I need to find another job so I can do less work. So I'm looking up what the torque specs is on M5. 5.71. So I could actually use these for once. Cool, let's do that. I think I only used these for my resin testing gauntlet. This exact one, when I still did them. Bingo, we got them. So I'm just going to try it. Normally I don't bother with torquing stuff, but I have it, so why not give it a try? That is stupid tight. I don't buy it. Oh, hell no. Nope. You might be broken. This sucker is torqued like hell. Yeah, this is for the garbage. No more worky. Cheap Chinese crap. So, manual torque calibration. This is fine. This is fine. It's Loctite, it's and everything. So we got one side done. Cool beans. I believe we now have to do the same for the other side. Yeah, repeat the same step for the other side. Oh, so professional. So I grabbed, because I knew I was going to do all of this, I grabbed the, what is it? The Insta2C webcam that is sitting on my laptop. I have to say, quality seems to be decent, especially in this mode where I have my main camera for these shots and then I am on the corner sitting. So this one is for here. And I'm again lucky, lefty righty. Grab some Loctite. By the way, Pavel, where are you from, brother? Are you European? You sound like a European, as you have a very good idea on how expensive all of this is. Now, to be fair, I complain about it a lot, that we have a horrible taxing system. So I wouldn't be surprised. It was my ranting ass that told you. Look, this one snaps in super easy. So there's definitely a quality difference in these rails. Yeah, this rail is much tighter than this rail. Is it going to be a problem? Probably not. Well, judging by the time, I think we will get all the Z idler thingies in. So that means we have still a whole lot of work to do. So I'm using one of these blocks to align my T-nuts because I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it when there's Loctite on it. So I did it first. Now I also find it very weird that the Voron and the Voron fan base is extremely against heating them. Does anybody of you know why they are so extremely focused on not heating it, only passive? I don't get it. Now, I could get it that if you have questionable ABS, because these days ABS is just not ABS or just not purely. But if you heat soak long enough and you have the right filaments, or in my case, everything CNC, why not, I would say. Je ne comprends pas. Cool. It only took me 2 hours to get 4 idlers in one unit. Now, I think the other ones are going to go way faster, just like that. All right. Cool, cool beans. I like what I see. I still find it super crazy that such a small frame like this has everything you need for 350mm cubed. So space efficient. So we are putting this one down, grabbing the next one. I'm going to start with the T-nuts again. I think I need to put them in the other way. So also this time, this profile is tight, real tight. Not ideal to do that on the threads, but getting hot again. Next time I will need to wear a shirt. These are aligned. Same for this. Put a bit of magic on. So if you ever want to use Loctite, a lot of people will say, hell no, don't do it. Liars, all liars. Do it. Just make sure that you use the correct type. So in this case, we are using 234, I believe. So this is the medium strength version. These will turn out very easily. Now, you could have the problem with heated inserts. I have noticed that on the Ratrick that, yeah, if it's tight, you might destroy the heated insert and your printed parts. But that is the only negative downside I can think of. Otherwise, do it. Especially if you heat up, like me. Are you the correct one, sir? No, you are not. But you are. Way to go! Oh. We dropped it. But I think it's fine. It didn't drop on the pulley. You haven't seen that. Shh. You haven't seen that. We are not going to talk about this. We are making up time right now. Cool. Not sure why, but I am extremely clumsy today. I have some of those days that you just drop everything in your hands. And it's not because I'm drunk. I'm not drunk yet. I honestly don't drink a lot anymore. We are now, I mean me and my wife, are now doing the jab. That's the most common name. It is not Ozempic. It's the one that is medically cleared for, especially for fat people like me, to lose weight. Because Ozempic is more targeted towards diabetes, and apparently the one that we have, Monjaro or something like that, is more targeted towards people like me. And they say to you to avoid alcohol when using it. Now, I tried it, didn't affect me at all. In fact, I would say I would get drunk even faster. Not sure if that's a good thing. Now, because I am not drinking anymore, not that I did a lot back in the day, but I did have my occasional little sip in the weekends. But now that's not even a thing anymore. So if I now drink a little bit of rum, doesn't take a lot. Now I don't do it to get drunk. I think that's the point you need to have. If you like a little glass of anything, you need to do it because you like the taste of it. It's really weird now, getting a little bit older, to appreciate some of the drinks I didn't in my young years, like when I was 18 and I was allowed to drink. For instance, whiskey. I absolutely hated that stuff. Now, yeah, now, if it isn't very burny or with a lot of turf, I believe it's called, I actually kind of enjoy it for a little wee bit. Now, according to my analytics on YouTube, you are all over 25. I have a fairly old viewer base. Barely nobody watches it under 25. That was super interesting. The biggest peak is around 35, I believe. Kisser, comparing stepper motors is... Man, I really need to scale my freaking text. Yeah! Victory! I can scale it now. Cool. So, comparing... What's your name? Kisker. Yeah, oh my god, so much better. Comparing stepper motors, is a lower inductance better for our application of 3D printing needs? Lower inductance. Now, I'm not completely in the know on how that works. Inductance versus power versus... so I'm not going to make any wild claims. I believe it's easier to drive if you have a lower overall inductance. But don't quote me on that. We will have to ask an actual engineer. But they are all in bed sleeping, I believe. Unless we have a true engineer in our midst right now. Feel free to correct us. How does inductance affect motor quality? Very nice. Number 2. Look at me go. You're going somewhere. Oh yeah. Now it's starting to get fun, brothers. It is starting to get fun. We are making progress. He only got the idlers in. This is going to take forever. It really wasn't a joke if I said we had to do daily streams. It's starting to... You, brother, are in there. Ah, there we go. Yeah, Pavel, very correct. Heat helps to remove bolts that have Loctite on it. Now, with the blue kind, you shouldn't need heat at all. If you need heat on blue Loctite, you have another problem. Now, heated inserts, and even then, if you have those heated inserts, chances are that the heated insert is just coming out together with the bolt. I had it happen on the Radtrick plenty of times. I just print a new part and call it a day. Or like I did right now, I just built myself a CNC tool head. So I don't have to bother with that crap anymore. Because the tool head did come loose and you have to do maintenance on the tool head. So it made sense to do something about it. But the red stuff, and the red stuff is if you really hate somebody, you put some red on it. I believe I have some. I avoid it as a plague. Where are you? Yes. This is some of the red stuff. If you really hate somebody, put that on a bolt. And see how that turns out. You have some of these meme videos where they put red Loctite on bolts that are going into the oil pan. That sucker is never coming out again without heating, that's for sure. But also something that needs to be said about heating it just a little bit of heat is not going to be enough. We have to use induction heating at our plant for some balls, and that means we almost have to get them red hot to loosen the Loctite. So with induction heating that is very possible, and now you have these smaller units with the little coils, so you can just press against that bolt head. But yeah, you almost need to get the red hot to get the red Loctite to loosen up a little bit. And a few ugga-duggas, but most of the time, if you ugga-dugga want too much, you can start drilling and you have another problem. Like I had with the Makera. I gave it one tippy tap too much and didn't come out again. Now, to be fair, it wasn't my problem. Makera didn't provide me with a bed that had a good enough tolerance on it. Otherwise, I wouldn't need a hammer on it. But yeah, at that point, I needed to say to myself, brother, just drill it out. Don't force it. We all have seen what happened with that one. That slides in. Very nice. So, let's see what you guys are talking about. Inductance from my research is a back EMF buildup that resists change in movement. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Now, how it affects motor performance, not sure, but we have another user, King. I'm just going to call you King, Mr. King. Lower inductance is less torque loss at really high speeds. Check VZBot comparison of Speedy Power, Super Power, whatever they are called. Yeah, they have some of those new steppers, the Speedies. I have the high temp ones and the Radric, not the Speedies. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Won't do jack. Won't do jack at lower speeds. Yeah. Some people seem to forget that what we do with 3D printers and the motor speeds are fairly low. The problem is torque. We are asking more and more torque of these motors, and that's what makes them fail, not getting to those high speeds. But yeah, you have a bunch of tool weights, and then you want to go fast as possible with as much torque as possible, and then yeah, you are looking into expensive Kraken motors just because they provide that torque. Apparently, now I might say some dumb shit right now, but I have seen another YouTuber that claimed that the original stepper motors we have right now are actually not that great for 3D printing. They are just cheap and do it good enough. That was the takeaway I got from his video, which makes sense. Now, some people swear by closed loop. Not sure if we have any real benefit from that on a 3D printer with closed loop. So we are more looking into servo motors at that point. Now they also do the thing where they pick a regular stepper motor and turn that into a servo motor by just putting in some an adapter board, but those are not real servo motors, I believe. Those are just trying to be a servo. Mike, the higher the inductance of a stepper, the more magnetic field it would produce. It does also mean that it would want to stay more. Yeah, be more persistent in time. Could that be the reason why the Magneto has problems, that they are suffering from inductance interference or something like that? Would that make sense? And how would you avoid it? Would be my next question. So a high inductance might be okay for like Z control, but for decent speed XY it should be lower. Well, apparently for what I can read in this chat, Yes, but like our brother said, our applications are not very demanding. Now, I don't believe that a lot of people are doing what I do, just trying to push the limits all the time. And I still need to adjust my brain to not always want to try and print as fast as possible. Not sure why that snuck into my head, why I always want to go faster and faster. We now have Goliath. We are pushing 350 millimeters a second at 45 millimeters cubed at a layer height of 0.25, which is absolute madness. And if it was up to me, I would even go faster. But now we are getting into filament issues, and maybe that is a good question for you guys here in the chat, because I have yet to find a real solution for it. I'm going to try and find an example. Yeah, no great examples. Oh yeah, we have one. Yeah, my brother. So you can see it right over here. We have this visual line. So where we go from very high layer times to very low, because we have a false bottom. And every time you go from a layer time that is very, very high, so long print times, to a lower one, you get the, what I think is thermal expansion artifacts. Now the question is, why didn't they fix that already in Slicer? Why? Is there a way to compensate for that? That is the main question. That would be awesome if the Slicer is actually intelligent enough to see when layer time is too much of a difference. It compensates by extruding that layer a bit wider or smaller, depending on what type of shrinkage difference you have. What's your guys' idea on it? Now, I know we have a tool called how does it called? How do we call it? The one that you can select, and it will dynamically adjust the Z height of your model. So if you press that button, it will adjust it, but you cannot use the special support type, the organic one. So that goes in the water, because that's almost the only one I use. So right now, to continue my story, the Rhetoric has the biggest problem that if I only do one big part, we can see when the printer is starting from a very high layer time to a low one. It is a very noticeable line. And right now, I haven't found a good way to compensate for that. So, chat, how do I fix that? Do not fall over, please. I'm not buying another one. So, I just figured out you can only see one side. Yeah. Cool. Don't drop. Servo Steppers kinda does not want to skip steps and will catch up eventually. Works like a stepper with skip protection, closed loop only when it skips. I've noticed similar in my prints. Lately, lots of belts of slide shifts that seems to be at the exact same spot the layer time in the preview shows. Yeah, so I think you are describing the same thing I am trying to explain, and I showed on that little thing. So when you go from, I'm going to say something like 60 seconds for a layer to 10 seconds for a layer, then you will definitely see that transition line. Now, if you are doing multiple prints on a build plate, that is going to reduce that mega offset from a high layer time to a lower one. But the only thing we can do is slow down right now. Unless there is a tool for that, but I believe right now we are bugged. So that means or we slow down, not an option, or deal with it. Now, like I already told you this morning, I have kind of an OCD, so I see those things. Same thing with VFA. I see it. It hurts my eyes, but apparently most people don't give a rat's ass about it. So I presume that my future clients will also not care that much about the complaints I'm having right now. Now also, the Vorons that I'm building are meant to be flowing around 20 to 25 millimeters cubed. That is the realistic expectation I have with the Rapido 2s, with the melt zone extender, so the ultra high flow. I have used those in the rhetoric and I could get a good quality 25 millimeter cubed out of it. And I mean good quality, like we have no under extrusion or anything like that. So if I want to have reliable prints, 25 millimeter cubed with the ultra high flow was good. That means very decent speeds at a 0.2 millimeter with a 0.4 nozzle, which is what I'm aiming for. So we are going with a little bit of a smaller nozzle because I do prefer to have better quality look than more high speeds, especially because we have multiple printers. We are not going to be that focused anymore on speed. So by limiting my extrusion, I just basically demand from myself to slow down. So I created my own bottleneck for it. Yeah. So I have to deal with printing slower. Now Jacob from the live streams from Grant 3D Musketeers with the Construct 3D is claiming massive flow ratios on his system. So I'm very interested to hear how he is dealing with those artifacts, layer time artifacts. So Mr. King, someone made a video with induction hot with fast heat up, cool down and fixed your over extrusion problem. Slower layers need lower temperature or something. Yeah, I have indeed, I forgot about it, heard about it, that you can set up different hot end temperatures for different layers. So you can say from layer this to this, I want this hot end temperature. Now it is not only overflowing, it is more a little bit of really your filament contracting too much while the new one is getting laid on top, and that is going to give you that visual line. So it's a bit a mix of both, I believe. But yes, apparently it is possible, but that sounds like a pain in the ass to do if you want to do multiple different prints that are not going to be repeatable. So non-repeat customers. So what I think about that is Orca could implement something that has some kind of a dynamic adjustment for those layer lines. I believe they could do something algorithm-wise where they are looking at layer time and they could dynamically adjust something to avoid the, I'm going to call it elephant foot type of deal. It's not that, but you know what I mean. I think it can be adjusted in Slicer and it can be made easier. Not like what we have to do right now. I also noticed that printing 25 millimeters cubed, 0.4 nozzle, 0.2 layer height, most of those problems disappear. But with the rhetoric, I am pumping out plastic like crazy, and then you start to notice those differences. There's nothing wrong with that, but OCD. There's a script. All right, a script. And how would that work? Do you upload your file or? I'm very interested in that. A script, Mr. King. And Kisker. That sounds interesting. That's maybe worth even doing a video on it. Because I am definitely not the only one, right? Or we are not the only ones. A G-Coast post-processor in Orca, I think. Cool. If you find it, message to me, please. Discord, add me, NoisyWorks, or join our Team 7 Discord. Post all the things and I will make a video about it, because that sounds like a cool little test to do on my farm. Definitely on the Ratwick, because that one is suffering from it a lot. Alright, we have done 4 frames almost. We are definitely moving now. I would 100% love it. Yeah, all your models have it and the large layer time doesn't have to be dramatically. No, that's in fact the case. So if you go from 10 to 7 seconds, that's already enough if you have really massive flows to see the difference. Only a few seconds can give you that. And for some people, it will look like Z-Bubble. They will go on a whole different side quest that is absolutely not related to the motion system. It is just pure physics, contracting and all the things of the filament that are, yeah. All right, one more frame to go. I think a lot of people would benefit from that, because I'm pretty sure some of them have spent hours of assembling and reassembling stuff that was just not needed. Oh, what can I feel here? A loose joint. No way. Loose joint. How the fuck did this happen? Did I forgot to torque it yesterday? Now luckily for me, it didn't move. It's still flush. Gosh darn it. Yeah, it's not loose, so I can still move it with my hand. I am not a fan of these butt joint things from Voron right now. Not a fan. If you have ever built a Ratwick, you will know what I talk about. They are self-centering and they are also much stiffer in the end result. Now, plenty of people are running this, so must be fine, I believe. Yeah, definitely forgot that one. That's the problem when you get tired. You start to skip things. Now, let's do a sanity check. I think I'm better off just retightening them all at this point. Yay. I didn't OCD enough. Apparently. Well, these are tight. These suckers are tight. Oh my god. So, I mean, the Magneto X Lancer claims up to 65mm cubic. Yeah, there are a lot of companies claiming a lot. On the longer version, but I've never tested it as a medium. does a decent 25-ish with my filament. Yeah, I believe that if we have to categorize hot ends and everything that is looking a little bit like a volcano-ish length of hot end, you are looking into the 25-ish millimeters cubed reliably. Could you do more? Yes, but the quality is definitely going to suffer. There are exceptions. There are exceptions to that rule, but from all the printers I have tested in the past year, also most have a hardened steel tip in that, so that will also affect your flow. But from all the printers that are sitting here I have tested so far, except for Prusa, those are the worst offenders of flow. 20 to 25 is a very safe volume to run 24/7. In my opinion, that is also perfectly fine, 25. That's a lot. More than enough. So this frame is definitely way more tight. So it must be a me problem on that one. Good thing we are checking it now again. Oh, all right. Did I already do the other side? I forgot. I would 100% love it. I've noticed. Yeah, sure. The Lancer longest is Volcano. Yeah. So that confirms my suspicion that every Volcano style hot end is kept around that. Now ABS is the cheat code. ABS, some ABS types. For instance, Polymaker, forget about it, doesn't flow really well. But Isan, oh my god, those brothers flow like crazy. That's why I love it. Even on the lower flowing hot ends. You can easily get 5 to 10 cube extra on ABS. PCTG, another filament. Not a lot attention on that filament. It's a bit like PCTG is a bit like PETG, but with more properties like an ABS. So it's somewhere in between for everything, which is fine. But it flows like a hooligan. Has a bit higher temp resistance. Also these days comes in filled forms and all the good stuff. So PCTG, in my opinion, makes it so that you don't need to buy PETG and PLA anymore. You can even print it in an open room. Open printer. I did it on the Rhetoric for my back housing. No enclosure needed. We have up to, I believe, 68 or something degrees of glass transition, and I think ABS is doing 10 to 15 better, and PETG is doing about a 5 to 10 bursts, something like that. I looked up the specs. I'm a bit off, but the general gist about PCTG is it falls in the middle. Also super strong filament, way stronger than ABS, for instance. Sticks like crazy to each other. Not sure about gluing it. That's probably going to be the biggest problem. I like to glue my prints, especially for my body. I do the case modding stuff for all big ass prints that don't even fit my Rhetoric. Multi-parts, all ABS, glue the thing up, looks like $1 million. Just a little bit of acetone, that's why I love ABS. All right, there we go. Like maybe if I was using a 1mm nozzle or something, that would be desirable. Yes, I even believe that if you have an honest provider with flow specs, hot end specs or printer specs, they will put it in the small letters. Test it with ABS with a 1mm nozzle. I believe Fatis Rapido is claiming 65, and they are also stating that they did the testing with a 1mm nozzle. Now, could be wrong on the brand, but there is definitely a company doing just that. Now, I'm already happy they are saying it, that they are doing it that way, but what's the point? 1mm. Have you ever used it? I don't see the point of using that big of a nozzle. I think you can forget about small details at that point. 0.6 still seems to be the sweet spot. Some people are swearing these days by 0.5, like the Basel. Now that's an American product, and unfortunately, getting that brother shipped in is going to ruin me financially. So that's why I didn't get Basels. Whoa, we are missing a bolt. Did I drop one? Or did they not deliver enough bolts? So we are definitely missing one bolt. Now, we do have double bolts right now because we still have the hardware kit, and a lot of the stuff we needed to use from the hardware kit we are using from Chaotic Lab. So that means that we are just going to borrow this exact same bolt. I will have a lot of spares, as it seems. That big of nozzle would be like large objects without fine details. Yeah. I think we are thinking about a Gigastorm type of printer, like the Algu one. That would make sense. I don't think you are going to print a small as Pikachu on it. We already done that side. Now, I'm honestly not that interested in printers like the Gigastorm. The only one that kind of piqued my interest was the one from Arion, X500 or something like that. Why are you not turning in? But apparently that also didn't go 100% like it should. A lot of VFAs. Then we got the Sovel one, also 500mm cubed. Also a lot of VFAs. I think we can see a theme. Big ass printers, big ass VFA. Only Prusa does better. We are not friends anymore, so I can say that. Well, I want to be that friends, but so this is going to be our last Z idler slash tensioner. And then I believe we are back to making a bunch of other parts, the bottom ones. And that is probably the last thing we are going to do today, because I need to be, like I told you guys, somewhere else with the wife's car. New tires, they are on there for 5 years now. She will be very happy. Now, she doesn't watch my videos anymore. She did in the beginning. She doesn't anymore. Completely understandable, because she doesn't care about 3D printing. Not the way we do, obviously. But I have to say, she is so supportive to everything I do. I love that woman so much. Very true. Now, it would be fun if she had a little bit more interest in the hobby, like being here with two, but like Evelyn and Caitlin, I would really like the dynamic, but I think that those are rare cases, right? 6:30 in the US, too cold. Hi, sir. Helix is in the house. Mr. Steve, with the coffee, probably. Not sure how long I'm in, but if I have to do a guesstimation, 2 hours and 38 minutes, according to my thingy. What have we done in all that time? Not a lot. We unboxed the tensioners, idlers, Z-idlers. We unboxed those. We mounted the idler wheel in it. And I did this to 5 printers. That took me 2 hours and a half. Yes, and now I can start all over again because we need to do stuff on the underside this time. Let's have a look. If you don't mind, I'm going to eat some Niowski is asking me, question, after installing Goliath on Rhetoric, did you had an issue with oozing and stringing due to long heating pads? So you mean between the travels, right? I did, and it was because I ran my filament way too hot, way too hot. So I had 2 problems. Too much flow, too much heat. What I can tell you right now is if you have the Goliath, do all the calibrations. So that means temperatures, if it says 260 to 290 on the box, it will definitely be around 260 to get the same experience you would have with a regular hot end. That would be more on the 290 degrees region. That should be your first calibration. Look at do a temperature tower, look what starts to degrade. But I have noticed it is always the lower region of the temperature spec of a filament, and then you need to do your flow calibration. And the biggest problem I had was overflowing all my layers, and then it needed to travel to another side, and it was just oozing because of all the back pressure trying to slam all the filament in one location. And in my experience, my Goliath sits happy around 0.81 and 0.85 flow ratio. So if you do those 2 things, then you will have much better results, I believe. Flow calibration and lower temperatures, and you still get blistering 45 millimeters cubed. That is just the crazy part about that. Yeah, so if you want to get the true performance of the Goliath, it is not worth it because you have to get too hot and then it gets a little bit uncontrollable, I would say. So doing the adjustments I just said is going to give you an overall much better experience and still give you that nice 15 to 20 millimeters cubed boost. And also retract a little bit more, retract 1, I believe I've set it to 1, 0.8 to 1 millimeter. Only 530 here and 27 Fahrenheit, -2. Nice and cold. I think right now it's a sweet, I can look it up. 11 degrees outside. Summertime for you guys. Thanks, makes sense. Also though about the heat, because prints look way more shiny. Yeah, that's a good thing. Way more shiny means good. If they get flat, that means you are pushing your filament too much. You can really see it on PLA. If you do PLA testing, start slow, nice shiny layers, And then if you go too fast, you get a dull finish, and then you are reaching the limits of your heating capacity. Now, honestly, with the Goliath, you should not aim for anything more than 40-45. It is going to give you more problems than it's worth, but you still get that nice boost of the higher flow. My 2 cents about it. That's all. I remember your name. You have me visiting. 6:30 to you're all Americans. Also 27 Fahrenheit, so also blistering cold. All right, so the next parts are going to be the CNC drive kits. We probably have to do some assembly. I don't think they provided the pulleys. We probably also have to do something similar. So getting the pulleys in to drive the gears. Also, we have a few tiny belts. These guys right over here for the Z-axis. Helix had a chat with Vest 3D last night. Yes, I have seen. He may want to collaborate with us on the spicy X-Max 3. Let's read out what we can come up with, right? But I'm not opposed to it. I just don't want to overpromise what we didn't realize yet. Vlaming lives in Ingolstadt, also only -2. Ingolstadt, where the hell is that? Sounds somewhere north? Norway? Sweden? With ABS only tested up to 65 cubed with 0.6 nozzle. But even at 65, no size of under extrusion. Yeah, that is really ABS and Goliath is stupid. Now in the Redwick, I'm actually capped by the LDO extruder. So the orbiter is the limiting factor. Apparently the gear ratio versus the torque, somebody way more knowledgeable told me that the orbiter will max out around 50, and then you will start to have other issues that are not because of the Goliath. I'm fine with that, but yes, 65 on ABS is ludicrous, but trying to tame it, very hard in my opinion. The spice will flow, brother. Yeah, I hope so. Now, we are talking about a future project. The people that are sitting in here for the past 2 hours, like I told you, we have an X-Max 3 project. We want to make it spicy. We will see. We will see. This month, out of the question. If you see how long I'm taking to just build this stuff, I will be here definitely until Christmas. I am thinking about doing a little bit of a casual Christmas stream. No giveaway this year. We have done something else. It has already been recorded. We have done some stuff for the children nearby. I played Santa Claus and printed a bunch of toys. Oh, Germany. Yeah, it sounded more up north. -2 in Germany. God damn it. Meantime, 100 kilometers away, we are nice and toasty, 11 degrees. Mr. King posted the links to temperature compensation on Discord. Script was not made for bulging layers though, more for layer adhesion, but it can have positive effects. I will look into it. That will not be soon. It's not going to be soon. Where did you post it? On my section, you tagged me, you personal messaged me. Let me have a quick look, see. If you're wondering, I'm the guy waiting, just started. Cruz! God damn it! You're here! Brother! How are you doing? Are you still here? So, for the people that are wondering, who is Cruz? Also another brother. So you are the Portuguese guy. I'm scrolling back, man. Who are you? Where is my Portuguese guy? I promise I will be right back at building printers. Portugal! Euros! Are you Cruz? God damn it, man! You have to tell me that stuff. It's so weird talking to people and just knowing that I know them. Yes, it's you! God damn it! Haha! Bastards! So, Cruz. Yeah, I think I can call you a good friend of mine now. Sure. My Ratwick. I would call him brother. My Ratwick brother. Yes. We have met at Formnext last year. And stayed in touch ever since. Cool to have you on stream, buddy. So yeah, King, talk to me. Oh yeah, talk to me directly. Yes, good. I will check on that tonight. Q1, late January, early February start. Yeah, that is indeed what I hope, that we can start the spiciness. Germany, where Audi is made. Yes. We lost the factory in Belgium. You probably know that. And one of my, I would call them family members, but from my sister's side, we are half, whatever it's called, and half-bloods. And he was 5 years away from retirement. So very unfortunate, but I do believe they got a good payout. How's Audi doing right now, brother? Are you working for Audi? So you're working remote. What do I have to visualize by working remote? And you're very welcome. Yes. Now, I hope I will remember this time that you are Mr. Cruz. So if you're from the Discord and I talk to you, please say your name, that I know that it's you that I'm talking to. So, yeah, let's change the camera. Up. Oh, yeah. All right, so let's zoom in a little bit. These are the Z-Drive kits. They come in separate pieces, so that means we have a lot of tinkering to do. Yeah, we will definitely not be installing this anymore today. I will start preparing for these, but I think we will run out of time to install them. Now, like I told you guys, tomorrow I will have a little time off. So tomorrow you will not see me. But the day after that, I will do the same thing. And I will probably be live around 10 o'clock until I pass out or something. Because I don't have any scheduling going on Thursday, I believe. Let me have a quick checkie. Nope, completely clear. So if you want to see me suffer again in 2 days, oh my god, these are so many components. The denial is fading away. No more denial. This is some serious shit. Yeah, I'm definitely the only idiot doing this live, building 5 ones. Pavel, BMW all the way. I had to. Well, I have to say, I have had the chance to drive with the latest M3. Man, what a car. They are making some nice cars. Even today, that flat 6, I believe. Yeah, that has a ring on it. Now, they are ungodly expensive. I will never be able to purchase one unless I start... unless I stop YouTube and... But I don't think that is what we want, right? Now, we do want to switch to electric because of government. They are making my life very expensive because I don't want to. But I have had a little test drive. You're probably all going to hate me right now. With the Hyundai Ioniq 5N. They now also have a 6N. It's basically a road legal track car, 650 balls in that. We had the opportunity to test drive that car for an hour. We drove it all the way to here. I have to say, that car, damn, I mean, yeah, damn, that's the best description I can give it. Now, the radius of that car is piss poor. If you're lucky, 350 kilometers. Not sure what that is in miles, but it's not a lot. Now, you don't buy these cars for the range, you buy them for the balls. And I do like a car that drives fast or accelerates fast. Right now, I'm doing with the Seat Leon 150 brake, slow ass motherfucker. It's the newer one, so the fancy interior. I like the design. The design inside is top notch. I wouldn't change it for the world. But the car is dog slow. And for some reason, Volkswagen, the group, decided to make every electric car god ugly. With a little tablet display inside. Now apparently, the next generation, they are turning back the ridiculousness dial and making the cars look more a little bit like cars again. I guess we'll see. But yeah, the 5 or 6N, still too poor for that. But if I have to pick an electric car, the wife didn't say no. Maybe a company car for next year if business goes well. A man can dream, right? Alright, I think this is the last box. Oh my god, this will take me 2 days just to do this. I am very happy that I didn't watch anyone build a Voron because of this. I think I would bail. Ah, alright. More pages. Let's go. No, we are done with that page. The drive kit, AB drive kit. the Z drive kit. That is the one we are doing right now. PDF. Okay, does this look familiar? Yes, it does. All right, let's unpack everything. Pajamas, laptop, cat in the lab, working with some background monitor of a black guy. Who's the black guy? I know a bald guy. Building worlds, life is peaceful. Yes, indeed. I found this very peaceful to do, and I'm very lucky to have you guys in my stream. I didn't expect all of you in here, to be fair. Now, this is more than enough for me. It is manageable. I can't imagine if proper printing or the 3D printing nerd would do a live stream. That sounds like absolute hell. So let's keep it small. So what you're working on, Mr. Cruz? Commission work? Still doing the air conditioning stuff? By the way, the gantry stuff, forget about it. Yeah. If Bamboo Lab was a car, yes, indeed. I know. I don't want to, I have to. And if I have to pick one, I want the first one. Tactical 3D printing. My neighbor, practically neighbors, he's also a Vlaamse guy. Yeah, I still need to look at your message on Tinker Atlas. I'm so sorry. Haven't had the time, had a little crisis moment yesterday. So yeah, not crisis, but I already had a little ramble about it. I'm not going to repeat myself. I was mad. Let's keep it at that. I still have a 335D at home in the garage. Yes. I like the one with the hybrid part in that. Even more oomph. Now, back in the day, you got a good deal on the hybrids. But yeah, the tax benefits are also all gone. It's electric or nothing. 700 Newton meter. God damn it, boy. You pimped that car. 700 Newton. Jesus. By the way, these parts are looking absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. So many parts. It's too much. It's too much. And all in my small shop. What was I thinking? The denial period is over. Officially. No more denial. E90. Yes, mine is an E90 M edition. Brother. I like. Do you have the lichte vracht? Light freight, because you get a massive tax benefit if you're if you have a business. My neighbor just bought an AMG without the backbench, and that car, it's so stupid. He has to pay less taxes than I have to do for my shitbox. What a world we live in. Headed to work. Hasta la vista, Helix. You have a good one, sir. Tomorrow I will be on longer. No, not tomorrow. In 2 days. Tomorrow I need a break. At work now on my break, and Friday 70 days home. That sounds like heaven. I am 3 weeks home now. But I'm not on a break. I work harder here than I do at my day job or my night job. It is. This is so much harder work than I have to do. And it doesn't pay shit. Now, life decisions have been made. I'm not complaining. I love to do what I do, brothers. And I appreciate everyone pitching in, like Pavel. You have been a regular member for quite a while, just like Helix. You guys are making the channel almost self-sustainable together with the AdSense. And that is something I never thought would happen, to be honest. So a lot of appreciation to you guys for doing this. Now, these streams are earning me jack shit, but don't feel bad about it. So you can keep your money. I am doing it because otherwise I need to make a video about it and I don't want to do that. So there we go. And it's actually quite fun doing this while having a chat. Everyone hit the like button for ice. You can do that if you want, yes. It's a sedan, but I bought it 10 years ago. Oh, it's an old one. It's nice if you can make your hobby your profession. Well, right now we are very far from making it a profession. This is still digging a massive pit and throwing money at the problem. I think I'm well over 5 figures in the red. But I don't have children. So that means I have more spending money. I also don't earn that bad at my current job. Also my wife. We have a good loan. So everything is perfectly aligning right now for me to do shit like this. Is it sustainable? Right now, not at all, but that's fine. I think you can also see it in my content. I'm less chasing the dragon right now. I am done making boring reviews on products I don't care about. Completely done. So that means Algo, Anycubic and all those other shit brands, they would have to do something fantastic in order for me to buy one and test it out. I like the more engineering side. A bunch of the foam just collapsed. Holy shit, so much components! This is going to take forever! Yes, much better. So we have ones with Loctite and we have ones without Loctite. So they don't want you to put Loctite on all of them. Well, luckily I have a bottle and I don't care. Yeah, keeping these all separated, this is going to be very fun. Yeah, the Chaotic Lab kit. What a nice kit. It really is. I still have to find anything that is worrisome. Now the baggies, if I have to complain about something, these baggies are so fucking annoying. Ziploc bags would be way nicer. At the moment you have an E35 of 53, sorry, 3-liter diesel and an E60 3-liter diesel. Oh yeah. Belgium loves diesels. Just kidding, sarcasm. If you drive diesel in Belgium, they are going to rip you a new asshole. Taxes in my place are €50 a year per car because they're old. Yeah, that's the trick. Now, Belgium was smart enough to first of all instate the low emission zones. So your car is going to be fined if you drive in. So that's already a measure that they try to fuck you over. And then the next part is going to be diesel just in general is taxed like crap, and to get into the bracket of old timers, like we call it, the car needs to be at least 20 to 25 years old in Belgium. So you are royally screwed. You would live over here. But cool to see that we still have countries that are not absolute garbage when it comes to driving what you want without financially ruining you. Got to go, happy to see you pushing it. Keep up the great work. Cruz, my brother, thank you for joining in. It has been a long time since we have talked to each other, way too long. I also don't want to bother you every time. We all got shit to do, right? Thanks for joining in, brother. I see you in the next one. Yeah, the plastic bags, freaking annoying. That's the only thing that is going to take the longest of it all. Just opening these freaking bags. I like the E39 M5 V8 natural aspirated. Ooh, yeah. I say it, BMW makes awesome cars. But I'm afraid Europe is going to do Europe things. Enjoy it while you can. Enjoy it while you can. V10 is nice. How to maintain E39 and 5s are very rare in my area. Do you do a lot of the Autobahn? We do it now. Every time we do 4 next, that's the first thing I do. I floor it. 200 kilometers an hour is the max my car can do with that eco engine, and it's consuming about, this is a new car by the way, it's 2 or 3 years old, consuming about 1.5 liters of oil on every service. The service is 40,000 kilometers. So I now do it every 20,000. I can already hear you yelling from here. Who the hell takes those extremely long? It's not good for the car. I know. But yes, mine is an oil guzzler. If I have to do the maintenance at 40,000, then I basically almost changed a fourth of the oil that's in there. That car, it's typical Volkswagen, I believe. Those motherfuckers, they like the oil. Now luckily oil is cheap. New engines are not. Now I do believe that has been my last Volkswagen. 2 years of warranty in 2025. Like, what the hell are we doing? All the other cars are giving me 6 to 7 years of worry-free driving. So why the hell would I buy a Volkswagen? They are unreliable as frick. We had about 4 of these bastards and they all had problems, except for our oldest car. the one I need to take to the garage. That one has been awesome. The one I have, the Leon, is a electric gremlin. One of the first runs of the production, and I got every freaking problem known to that version. Now, most of it got done under warranty. Even after 2 years, when they said, nope, it's your problem now, I said, I don't think so. I'm not paying for this shit. But the sound, they don't make them like that anymore. Yes, that is all for the environmental shit. So the gas particle filter is killing all the sounds, unfortunately. It used to be only diesel, now you have it on all gas cars. So even if you put on a sport exhaust, they sound like a wet fart now. Just push print, Mr. Swamp. Welcome back, my friends. Welcome back to the stream. We have 2 more hours to go, I believe. I'm not sure if I need to be there at 3 or I need to leave here at 3. Yeah, so sorry for this boring part. Unpacking for 5 is horrible. All right, just a quick sanity check. I need to be there at 3:30, so I need to leave here by 3 o'clock. Oh yeah. No autobahns in North Europe, Estonia. We just do speeding tickets, yes. I have to say that my work travel, yeah, yes. Now I know where the traffic, the speed traps are. We also have the cool ones that track you over several kilometers. And the regular ones, the ones that are stationary. Yes. I didn't get fined this year, but speed limits, I don't drive them. They keep lowering them. We started at, to give you an example, we have streets that went from 90 to 70, and then the last year they went to 50. We have roads that went from 70 to 30 because of schooling, and nope, what they do is just put a container there, try to extract as much money out of your pocket that they can, because who the hell drives 30 kilometers an hour in a street where 4 cars can drive? That's the shit we have to deal with it right now, unfortunately. Now, if you have the chance to go to the Autobahn, it really is very fun to do if you have the car for it. My eco-friendly car, every time I do it, I feel like I just removed 1 year of its expected life. And then you have some people that drive it like they do at home, 120 or even slower. That's most of the time it's only a 2-lane, the Autobahn. I had to figure that out the hard way. And then you have some random idiots, without looking, going to the left because the one in front is driving 1 kilometer too fast for them or too slow, without looking while you are gunning 200 plus. I have seen a few race cars slamming the brakes because of idiots. That's the whole thing with driving slow, in my opinion. People are just not looking at the road anymore. They have so much time. They are in la la land, I call it. So for the sporty drivers, really frustrating. The fastest you drove was 290. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm limited by my car. If you want reliable, Hyundai or Kia is the way to go. So you are saying to me I need to get the 6N. If I have 67,000 euro too much in my bank account, which I don't. Yeah, apparently those guys are doing it well. Nice warranty period on them. Alright, we are almost there, I believe. This is looking like a 5-hour job just to do this alone. What am I doing to myself now? Company leasing. Yes, I could start leasing, but the problem is I don't have enough revenue to completely get the tax write-off. You need to earn something to make it 100% write-off. Otherwise, they say, nope, you're only partially of a company, so you can only put in the number for, in my case, that would be around 25%, and the rest is still coming out of your pocket. Not a write-off. Now, of course, you can sell a car. Most of the time, business leasings are fairly okay, as I understand. Way more interesting than if you're doing it as a regular Joe. But the interest, oh my God, have you seen the interests these days on loans or just leases? It's crazy. We are talking about 3 to 6%, I have seen. Almost there. These baggies are so horrible. My fingers are already starting to hurt. I think for the next live stream I'm going to prepare this so you don't have to watch me fumble around for an hour trying to unbag a bunch of this. Yes, just push print. There are enough workarounds, but the what we call the fiscus, so the tax man, is not going to buy that. He will look at your revenue and say, nope, scratch it, and then you will have to pay that back after 3 years. That's a really salty experience. I have done a lot of talking with my fellow business people around me. We have a few in the street where I live. Most of them are independent businessmen, and they all say the same. Even, and this is just the most ridiculous story I can give you, the man next to me has a van. He needs that van to do his work. So he is also an electromechanical technician. He goes on location to open up the big ass electrical hubs to remove shit and put new shit in. Also on local sites, he needs to do the same thing for a company called Fabricom. So that van is 100% only for his business. He's doing that as an independent contractor. And right now, Mr. Taxman told him that every travel he does from home to the job site cannot be accounted as a work trip. It is on his own dime. Like, how the hell is that man supposed to go to his work? Like, how does it work? So they are really trying to penny pinch you. So right now he can only do a 90% write-off because of it. So you can write it off, but you will pay it later when you get your audits. Belgium is no joke. Especially now, they just said that they need 10 billion euros or something like that. We are broke. The country is broke. Well, they are not. They are just not spending it well, like most of Europe, I believe. Alright, last two baggies. Cheese Louise. Now I believe that all this stuff is also in the boxes that we got with Siboor. So that's a bit of a waste. Now, good for me. Spare bolts. And the size I don't really have a lot of, like M3. Yep. Very different in different different countries. We live in a united Europe, but still every country has its own rules, its own taxation, its own... And we are probably one of the worst offenders. We just got a few shout-outs that we are the most and highest taxed country in the world right now. And they did the calculation that for the average, the median like they call it, if you calculate for everything on a complete year with all the taxes that they are trying to do not direct from your tax bill, you will be likely to give 75% of your income to the government. 75%. If you have children, that will be less because you get a tax benefit for there. If you have a home, that's also a thing. It was a thing. I still have the tax benefit for a home, but the new people are so screwed. No more tax benefit because you own a home. Yes. All right. Nice. All the baggies are done. Whew. All right. Yeah, that is not a good sign, my friends. Yeah, but what are we going to do about it? Voting doesn't help, so... Interesting, but EU laws say that travel to work is work time already. Yes, you can only do it once. So you can go to your work, but not go back, or vice versa in Belgium. So, and also his wife, also company car, she had the same audits, but the same bullshit, saying that not all travels can be filled in as travel expense. So they put a number on it, said they just deduct 10% and they feel better about themselves. All right. I'm starting to get angry just thinking about it. Okay, we need 2 GT 10 teeth 9mm pulleys and we need shafts. That will come from our box, so we need to put more junk on the table. So we are going to put that over here. We need more room. Nope. All right, so the T-shafts. No, I removed the divider. Crap, all my bolts. My bolts. I so fucked myself. Just Ramadan, right guys? So, shafts. There we need 20 tooth pulleys, 5mm in a diameter, 9mm. So those are these guys right over here. So the Z-axis is with the 9mm belts. And we have smaller belts for the XY. I would think that the other way around is more interesting. Am I so wrong about thinking that? Oh yeah, no, we got them all. So I need to grab the other ones out of the other boxes. And we will need our stepper motors. Come on. This is some massive amounts of hardware. Oh, nope. We need this one. Here we go. It looks like we have to do a rough installation on the axles. 6 to 6.5 millimeters. So a little fixture would be handy. But I do have my calipers on hand. My cheap ass knockoffs. I do want to invest in better ones, the Mitutoyos, also the ones to measure out of diameters. Those are really nice. What the fuck types of rules are that you should teleport back home? Yes, apparently you do. Yeah, as soon as you're done working, it's no longer a travel expense. Now, it is different if you are not running a company, then you are paid on your way and back. So figure that out. We have my broski MP customized. So this is the man I'm doing all my rat trick shit for, because he is the man that also has the big ass prints. How you doing, bro? So he is one of the biggest case models in the world. I think I can say that because you are in there, in the top 3, I would say, right? I think he's probably going to be shy about saying that. By the way, I still have a print from you. Come pick it up, please. Otherwise, I'm shipping it to you. Just print. I'll be listening while heading to work. I wasn't sure how long you was going to be going today. 1.5 hours more to go, so I probably will get in a few of these, but yes, that's all. That's a lot of small parts. No shit, right? I've been meaning to ask, and with you being a European, maybe you can give an opinion, which is better quality machining tools like micrometer and such? Japanese or Swiss? I have absolutely no clue. I only know Mitutoyo and cheap knockoffs. So Mitutoyo, I'm pretty sure they are not watching the stream, but feel free to send me a demo unit. No, I have no clue. Honestly, there is all the rave about Mitutoyo. These don't even have a brand name. These are perfectly fine. I mean, for the stuff I'm doing, do you need more than 0.00? Yeah. The only thing you can say is that when you are doing this, the consistency of getting back to 0 might not always be there. So you see, 0.01. Yeah. Anybody else has experiences with precision devices that are not Mitutoyo or Chinese crap? MP customized. Haha, thanks for the intro. Yes. Thanks for joining. Super cool. Getting tired already. I'm only 3.5 hours in. God damn it. How do these other guys do it for 8 hours? I have no clue. Show me the print or it ain't happened. All right. I will. No problem. I will show you the print. So this has been printed with Fibron ASA carbon fiber. So this has been done on the Ratrick, 45 millimeters cubed. You can judge for yourself what you think about the quality. So this has to be something, maybe Mike, you explain what the hell this is for? And are you happy with my services, sir? He's gonna shill so hard for me now. Just see it. Just wait. Lol, I'm in the same boat. Yeah. I think the really OCD guys that are truly looking for micron level precision, you get a benefit from it. But for us 3D printing guys, do we need to spend triple the amount of money to get that little bit much of more accuracy? I don't think so. Looks good, yes I know. It's really good, right? So also, maybe because we're just talking about it, 0.6 millimeter layer height. 0.25, I'm sorry, with a 0.6 nozzle on the Goliath. And yeah, we can see a little bit of what we have talked about the compensation, because we changed the... so we have a feature right over here, and we stopped that feature, and you can see we have that little line right over here. So that was what I'm talking about the compensation factor. So the layer time is not drastically different, but still we have that layer time difference, and it is super noticeable. It is just crazy. Yeah, so if Orca can figure something out for that, that would be great. Now, Mike is probably looking at that with his shitty Dremel printer. And he's saying like, oh my gosh, this is looking so good. It's the best. It's the front diffuser of my CES build. Did you send me a picture of the build and can I show it on stream? So yeah, like I said, he's working with a lot of the big ass companies. I'm super proud of him. He also quit his work for it. So hell yeah, brother. I'm all for it. As long as you're not getting broke from it, right? But I bet Nvidia has plenty of money these days, right? They are swimming in it. Would they miss $1 million, $500,000 here and there? And can I have some of that money, please? Sir, can I have some of your money? I'm poor. So, first thing we need to do is locate these at a specific placing. Oh, this is just god awful without the jig. Now we have a little bit of playing room, 0.5 millimeter. So I have set mine at 6.17. And now my OCD is kicking back in. It is just awful. Whoever invented OCD must die. Oh my god. Yeah! We have our first one. Very nice. Yes, you are still using the Dremel, I know. You got the picture for me for your next build. The Dremel, the OG Dremel, oh my god. So If you guys are watching this and are asking yourself, Dremel, so from the power grinder tools, they also made a small period with 3D printers. They sucked ass for the pricing even then, and I think they are out of business with the printing stuff right now. But it did the job. He switched to Orcam and a lot of his problems went away. The slicer software they were using was hot garbage. So that's something. But I'm trying to convince him to get a Rhetoric. Or just not convince him and just keep buying from me. I don't mind. I need customers. I see you just sent me something. Ah, yeah. So it's an existing, so I can show this picture, Mike. With the guy from Linus Tech Tips. Linus himself. Nice. You're more famous than me. Jeez. I can also see, by the way, a bunch of comments coming in from the Z1 video. People are very happy with the video, so I'm also happy. I was a bit worried about a long video time, but then I really tried to do a TLDR section because some people don't want to watch it, completely understandable, but a lot of them actually appreciated the very long video, and honestly, I really love making long-ass videos. I try to avoid it because algorithm, but I said to myself, why do I even care about algorithm? Small boy problems. Not too sure about this one. All right, gave it a little squeeze. I'm going on a limb that it's going to be fine that I share it because it's one of his older projects that he has been doing. Probably revamping it or something. Ah, that's nice. Can I show it to the people, Mike? Spot on. Hell yeah. $1 million more to go. Show whatever I send you. Cool, cool, cool. So this is Mike, one of the #1 case modders with the case mod behind him, and Mr. Linus himself. And I am a little bit there too, in all his new prints right now. Super cool to know. It's not every day you do something for big companies. Now, he is the creative force, I'm only the printer, so all credit to Mike, obviously. Dat Mahmoud, welcome back. Welcome back, my brother. How you doing? Good morning, my American friend. I already have the feeling it is time for a little nap. I could use another coffee, but the wife isn't home, so I can't ask her. I don't want to run away for that 1 hour we have left, doing probably just this. Sorry. Yeah. You didn't miss a lot. That mammoth, we have done the Z idlers, and we are now preparing for the Z motors. Just unboxing all of this randomness almost takes an hour. Then probably another hour of just building it all, and then half an hour to install it on the frame next to me. And this is probably going to be even longer. So yeah, great times. But I have you guys here, so that's fun. Otherwise I would be listening to a podcast or something like that, or watching YouTube on my laptop. But this is also fun. Excellent, excited to see some printer building, yes. I am also excited because that means I am a little bit closer to independence. Or that's just what I'm saying to myself. Oh my god, I don't know how people can live without no CD. You all be good? Yes, I will. See you in 2 days, Just Print. Tomorrow I'm taking a day off. I have a feeling I cannot do this every day. Every 2 days, yeah, I feel like it, but every day, fuck my life. No, I have too much stuff to do tomorrow to be able to comfortably be here and focus on it. OCD is the way. Yes. OCD is the only way. Yeah, this May 2.4 at the same time is tall. Yeah, this May 2.4 at the same time is a tall order. Yeah. Indeed. Yes. And now I know why nobody is doing it on stream. I think. I could be wrong. And if someone else did this, massive kudos, because yeah, it's all the tedious things that are yeah. So there's actually not a lot you can see on that view, so let's go this. You see just as much, nothing. Me doing the same thing over and over again. Close enough. Nice. Check the CS2C4 bomb case you also printed. It's finished. Oh, nice. Where can I find it? Did you send it to me? I will try to look it up. That one was a huge, massive print. Massive. Also under a massive time crunch. Typical Mike. You ask him, when do you want it? And he said, yesterday. Sounds good. Yes, sir. Thank you for visiting Just Print, Just Push Print. What's up? Oh yeah. Yeah, I disabled my notifications. Oh, sweet brother. You did it. Nice. So this is a true scale, by the way. Maybe get the zoom back in. So this is also something printed on the Ratrick. Also with the Polymaker or Fiberon ASA CF. That thing is massive. It really is massive. The hands are at scale. So if I would have to say something, it is this high. This big, this high. And this is also a computer case. You crazy man. Did they like it, by the way? Mike. Were they stoked when they saw it live, or did they not yet receive the case build? Oh my god. Wait a minute. What if I just do this? This would speed up everything, right? I just need one good one. Oh my god, I'm so smart! Oh, dear Lord! If I do this, I have the spacing! Sometimes I'm amazed about myself. 100% happy faces. Nice. Very nice. This one is no good. You, sir, are no good. Why are you so tight? Now, Voron probably put on that 0.5 millimeter of play for the OCD guys to relax. I can tell you one thing, that doesn't work. It does not work. I do have to learn airbrushing now too. Yes, if you can do the full package, it's always going to be cheaper in the end. Not only that, you have full control. Welcome to NoisyWorks, where all my viewers have the same problem as we do. That means that you are in the right spot and doing all the right things. It's not about control. Per se. So yeah, my little trick does indeed kind of work. Nice. We might get one bracket in before I have to leave. One more hour to go. Come on, get in there. Yeah, the trick works. I'm happy with this. So, Mr. Mike, if you think building one red trick is hard enough, I really suggest you try and build 5 at the same time. Ah, you got loose, you bastard. Oh, Jesus. Clumsy much. Are these Ratrix? No, these are not Ratrix. These are Siboor 2.4 kits. So Voron, the overarching architecture. So Voron is a design group, I would say. And it is basically a Ratric. The Ratric is a Voron on steroids, I would say. These are the regular Vorons, or the not so steroided Ratrix. But these have very nice features like full CNC kit, which is what I'm preparing right now for the next parts. All CNC. And Voron traditionally uses only 3D printed or mostly 3D printed parts. Because it's cheaper, you can do your own the whole spiel about Voron is to print, fix, and do all the things yourself. Open source, goodness. Now, a lot of companies have now come out with upgrades. And what I'm doing right now, so this is the Chaotic Labs. Am I pronouncing it right? Chaotic Lab CNC mount kit. So everything that should be mounted in plastic, so everything that is tensioned. What I'm doing right now is motor brackets. These are normally all made in plastic brackets. And companies like Chaotic Lab make full CNC replacements because while making stuff out of plastic is cool, in my opinion, if you're looking at longevity, reliability, you're better off with CNC parts. That's also why my Ratric is now mostly CNC. Looks like the same size or smaller. Well, if I would take the frame, this one fits just on the build plate of the Ratric. The Ratric is 400 millimeters cubed, and the one I'm building is comes mostly at a maximum of 350 millimeters cubed. So the build envelope is on par, but the Ratric is a lot bigger. Beefier frame, just overall in size, and that's also a little bit because they are having that extra space to get the second tool head in there. Now with Voron, the Voron kits, you also have the opportunity to get multiple tool heads in there with a tool changer, which they call the stealth changer. So it just goes here, it grabs a head, and then it does the thing, and it puts it back, it grabs another head with another color. So you can do that with Voron. This is a little bit more expensive because you have the same gears, electronics, fans for every tool head. Well, now, for instance, with an Index, something that came out recently, probably soon TM, like Voron, ever, maybe. They sold out like hotcakes. They only have to switch the nozzle and everything else is in the tool head. It is also heated by inductive thingies. So no regular hot ends anymore. It's all inductively heated. So very smart design, a lot cheaper to make a multi-tool head design for it. It is not going to be cheap to go with a stealth changer thing. That is the point. Now, could you do it? Yes. Should you do it? Yes, it all depends. All right, 5 more to go. Helix Santa needs else for mass production of Vorons. Yes, they call it Soval. They call it Soval. All right, come on, baby. A wee little check. That seems to be fine. Sweet. Oh, la, la, la. Nice. Have fun calling DHL. I did have good experience with DHL on one of my import thingies. I didn't know I had to have an EIRI number or something like that to be able to import shit, because we have a tax number now. You probably have the same thing. It's just your tax number, but now it's in another register, something like that. All in all, took about 10 minutes and I got almost immediate confirmation that my business number is linked to my import number, which is just my business number. Normally, for what you're going to do, you will also need that dumbass number. Or IORI number. All these dumbass laws. All right, 2 more to go. Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. All right. You bastard. It moved. Last one. Holy shnikes. And it looks like we have to make a bunch of idlers. That is also going to be very fun. With a bunch of shimps. I can already tell you that much. Aha. Well, I definitely know that I now can use my tax number to do import and export. IORI number or something it's called. At certain point, DHL will say to you, nope, we are not doing this shit. You will need to do this. They will give you a form, you have to fill it in, send it to a specific email address, and that's it. It was actually fairly easy. I was surprised because these type of things normally are a hassle, but this time it wasn't. And it doesn't cost you anything, by the way. It just makes importing and exporting a lot easier for them, I think. You still have to pay your taxes, so. Or in your case, the receiver. Oh, the last one is being annoying. Come on, stay there. IORI number, indeed, yes, it is just our tax number, or just, in my case, it's the same as my tax number. I had made a purchase from the UK and they wouldn't give it to me unless I filled in that form because my business number was on the bill. Yes, we made it. Hey Yuri, just another thing to control you. Sweet. Idle police, done. This is only the first page of this ordeal. All right. Bearings. 625 bearings. These are all flanged. Now, I'm not sure about you, by the 625 bearing. They're only talking about the flanged ones. Ah, yeah, no, this is not a great page. Chaotic lab, no good. Your manual, no good. It does fit, however. They missed the flange part, so let me switch to the zoom in part. So these bearings have a flange and the manual is showing a bearing without one. Now they do tell you what parts you're going to need for which steps, and they are only talking about flanged bearings, so it will fit in like this. And now we need to put in some M3 by 5 bolts, these ones right over here. I will do it right over here so you can see better. All right, so already has the Loctite going on. That is cool. These don't need to be mega tight M3 unless you hate your life. Do it, but one done. Am I going to do them all, or am I going to include the second page? Ooh, too much stuff. Nope, we are going to do them one by one. Putting in bearings. A nice snap-in fit. Now I'm not sure about these bearings, how well they are. The names on them don't say shizzle to me. They give you a bearing number, but that doesn't tell you a lot about the brand. For instance, Fonzor gave me a bunch of bearings for my Radric build. Horrible bearings, like grit paper sitting in the bearing. It's awful. I just threw them away and repurposed my Radric bearings. Now I believe Chaotic Lab is providing us with a decent bearing. LTX Design, welcome back, brother. It's nice that the hardware is mostly pre-coated with Loctite. Yeah, so for the Chaotic Lab, it is indeed the case, except for instance, the Z-Idler brackets that are sitting right here up top. I did use Loctite when they didn't apply it on the bolts, because heated enclosure, I'm of the opinion, if you get it hot enough, everything comes loose. So a little bit of blue Loctite never killed anyone. So I'm religiously using blue Loctite on all my aluminum to aluminum connections. And even the plastic ones, even more so than the plastic ones with the heated inserts. Overkill, probably, but I don't care. How are you doing, bud? Having a great day get into the hole. Nope. Yes, gotcha. Number 3. These are very nice blocks. It looks like they are milled. Yeah, I believe so. These are probably milled. It's crazy what they can do right now with 4 and 5 axis machines, right? I could not, or maybe, could I make this on the Carvera? If I have a lot of patience, I probably can. Now that new 3D probe that they are having, like the big boys, that is going to be the ticket. No more corner brackets to do your XYZ offset calibrations. Yeah, I have noticed that mammoth. Don't overdo it, just a wee little bit. Sweet. So it's look like we also have left and right blocks going on. Makes sense. So I'm glad we are finally doing some assembly again. Some of this is horribly boring. I think I'm going to have a little sit, lower the bench. My legs are getting tired. Uno momento, signore. Very nice. Can you still see me if I sit down? Oh, yes you can. Good enough. You're not here to look at my face, right? Now this little stool I have has the tendency to start dropping down. So soon I will be right over here in the camera. If you have seen my videos and I'm doing a rant, it is very clear when the frame starts here and you see me going down. That's because I'm sitting on a cheap ass stool. Not rated for my weight, probably. 100 kilogram gorilla, made for a Chinese little guy. Sweet. Oh, so much better. Having a little sit down. Now. I already made a whoopsie. What the hell did I do here? It needed to be there. Now, I don't think I need to remove it because I did have a little peek And do I need to remove it? Do I need to remove it? I don't know. I don't want to remove it. Let's just do it. Damn it. It's probably going to be a problem if we are going to install the idlers. So that Loctite isn't doing shit anymore. Oh, there goes the bearing. Hey, we need the bearing. Where did you go? Cool. Turn it around. So this is a dead giveaway that I'm getting tired. Mounting bearings in the wrong spot and not even noticing it. Yes. So I think if I'm done with putting the bearings in this mounting location, we are 50 minutes after 2. I'm going to call it for today. And we can continue in 2 days. Probably same time, around 10, maybe earlier. Today I was also up really early. Still a little bit in my head about what happened yesterday. Well, this went fast. Sweet. All those freaking messages. Why isn't my watch saying anything? It doesn't matter. Oh my god. All the YouTube messages. The chat went silent. That's a first. I don't mind, by the way. I'm getting tired, making mistakes because of talking too much. Hopla. Not even halfway there. So that's probably 4 times for each printer. 20 blocks that we are preparing. Yeah, I can definitely see why doing mass scale Voron farms would not be immediately attractive to some. I did have seen one print farm that had like 40 or 50 Vorons, so they have just one guy doing nothing else but building Vorons, I presume. Now, I can't believe that this is fun to do sometimes, not every freaking day of your life. I'm also the type of person that needs a little bit of variation. I think most people have that, right? And with variation, I don't mean just put other things in other things from the same printer. Yeah, I'm dropping down. I just felt the... Nice. Three in a row. Almost there. Yeah, I'm going to call it after these bearings. Well, these holes are tight. much more tight than the other ones. Last 4 for today, and then I'm off. Jesus. Time for conference call. See you in the next stream in a couple of days. That's all. Thank you for watching, my brother. Also nearing the end of my stream, so it's all good. Thanks for dropping in. Have a good call. Come on. Yes. Jeez Louise. The amount of bolts that are still laying here. Oh my god. Oh my god. So LTX, I'm taking a day off tomorrow, and then the day after that, so that would be Thursday. Same time, same place, 10 to whenever I feel like quitting. Because that day I don't have any real plans. So maybe, or I start a little bit later for my American friends, or it is going to be same time, 10 o'clock, around 10 o'clock. Should I do some more preparation, like make some of these pre-made before I install them, or do you like it this way? For me, it's the same. Do you want me to do some more off-screen assembly first? And the last one. Oof, and we are 2:30. That's a good hour to quit. That gives me an hour, a half an hour to decompress from this. Noise! Oh! We got all the blocks done. Well, partially done. Not sure what I'm going to do. If I'm going to do all the rest of the assembly of these parts on screen or off screen, so I just have to put them in the printer and save you some time of watching me putting in 1,000 bolts. That I'm not sure about. Unless you are really entertained by seeing me putting in bolts. So we have 13 live viewers right now, but I think most are doing something. So thank you very much everyone for joining in. If you are looking at this at the end of the stream, after the stream is done, I mean, yeah, let me know. Should I fast forward a little bit? Yeah, I would do this off screen. Indeed. It is just going to be me digging around for 3 more hours to get all these done. I don't think that you want to see all of that. So I agree. Nice to see the stream in the background. Thank you so much. Yes, I enjoyed it, but I do agree that it's maybe a little bit much of just me doing all of this without any substantial progress. So, not sure if that will be a stream then Wednesday. Maybe in the afternoon when I'm done with these blocks. I presume I'm still going to be busy for a couple of hours assembling all of these. So yeah, I guess I'll find out. I will put an hour and a date on the next live stream, part 2. And then you'll know I'm ready with the pre-assembly of these blocks. All right, everyone that's still alive, thank you so much for being here, entertaining me while I struggle to my definitely not more in denial build. And I see you in the next one.